change your name from the stream, just let it be.
Here we go. It is Thursday night, and you know what that means. More high-octane, no-limit hold'em action from Texas Card House, Houston. Hello, everybody. I am Wes Tucker, and I'm going to be keeping you company throughout tonight's frivolities as we've got ourselves a fantastic lineup, some familiar faces, and a couple of new ones to boot. But nonetheless, the action will still be the heart-pounding, high-octane brilliance you are used to. Can we take a look here at the lineup? Captain OG Reedmore takes seat 1. Joe Got Game making another appearance on stream. He'll occupy seat 2. RM will occupy seat 3. He will occupy seat 4. Austin in seat 5. The Mighty Penguin makes his 1-3 live stream debut. 49er Chris, a fan favorite amongst the normal Card House cash games. First time he's appearing on stream. Shahid, a fan favorite, back in seat 8. And the man, the myth, the legend, it's RC that will occupy the 9 spot. Yeah, we've got a great show for you tonight. Hope everybody out there in the chat is having a fantastic Thursday. And before we get started, make sure you hit that like button and go ahead, subscribe while you're at it. Don't miss any streaming action from any streaming Texas Card House location across the great Lone Star State. Of course, adding a new member to the streaming family. We'll elaborate on that in just a moment as our first hand will get dealt. It's going to be a double board PLO bomb pot.
Wait. Okay, yeah, sure.
As everybody gets ready to rock and roll, bomb pots are played as such. Players get 4 cards face down. After anteing, they will receive 2 boards without a stage of betting. It's a chop pot game between the best on the top board, the best on the bottom board, and 2 cards out of your hand must play.
Now we're good to go.
And away we go. So there's Shahid, an interesting hand here. Ace, Jack, 7 tray, 3 hearts. Again, playing any Omaha game, it's going to be hard when you're carrying your own outs. But he does end up flopping top 2 pair. Ace, Jack up top. King, Jack, 5 down below, and off we go to the races. Pocket Kings there for RC. 2 pair as well. You can see there, and it does end up filling up on the turn. 10s full of aces. That's Joe Got Game. At insult to injury, Chris fills up as well with 10s full of jacks. Of course, Chris does have that little parachute there of having 3 pair on the bottom board. And chasing a straight draw on both boards here is Austin. You can see he's drawing completely dead. And Captain OG Reedmore with a very small spade flush. He's going to lay it down. So Joe Got Game and RC in good spots to scoop this. And we go to the rivers. And it looks like 10s full of aces will win. 49er Chris not able to improve. Does have 2 pair on that bottom board. RC with just a set, though. And there are 3 spades on that board. And Joe Got Game gonna pot it here. In a set like that, just shrivels way up if you're RC. And Chris thinks he's calling with the winner on the top board. Uh-oh. And RC does make the fold, so Chris's emergency hand, Jackson 5s, the Motown hand, good on the bottom board. Meanwhile, Joe Got Game gonna take down that top board. So chopping the pot, and we're off to a hot start here in Houston. Of course, right around the corner, don't forget about the Poker Atlas Tour. Yeah, making another stop here at Texas Card House, Houston. It is going to be the 10th of April through the 22nd of April. 16 trophy events, all culminating, of course, in a $500,000 guaranteed main event. $1,100 buy-in for your shot at a lion's share of $500,000. Some good discipline there from 49er Chris, not repotting with his 10s full of jacks. And despite having a boat up top, there's still plenty of hands that beat you. And so our first hand of Hold'em gets underway. RC gonna raise the action with Queen Jack offsuit. Looks like he's gonna get P to come along with him. Austin's got the speed limit. Penguin and 49er Chris with some suited connectors will stick around. Flop comes 8, deuce, 7. Rainbow flop, Penguin with top pair, and he's going to lead into it. Going to bet 25 to go. Again, plenty of backdoor outs for 49er Chris. He elects to lay it down, though. RC going to make the call with 2 overs to the board. And Austin, with a pair of 5s, will stick around. To the turn, the ace of diamonds should slow everybody up. It's over to RC, and RC's actually going to bet it here. Interesting card to come out of hibernation with, but Penguin will make the call. And to the river we go. It's a 4, completely bricked. So the pair of 8s for the Penguin is good. It goes check, check, and the Penguin takes it down. For those who regularly tune in to the 1-2 streams may recognize the Penguin. Had many a good night on those 1-2 streams, and now off to a great start on our 1-3 stream. His 1-3 debut. Of course, we referenced earlier a new member of the TCH Live family. That is, of course, the TCH location in RGV. TCH Rio Grande Valley going to be doing a live stream tomorrow night, 2-5 no limit. Same channel you're watching now. So if you haven't already made plans to tune in there, do so now. Looking forward to some of that great action from the Rio Grande Valley. Ace 10 here for Shaheen. Gonna bump things up, makes it 20 to go.
Yeah. Do you know if they play today?
I don't think so. They played last night, right?
They played last night.
Last time they played OKC last night?
Yeah.
No shit.
It was a badass game. We look good.
Taylor Green is different.
Dude.
Fatherhood has changed him.
Queen 9 or P. He's going to stick around.
39-year-old. Yeah. Or she's pregnant.
And heads up, we go to the flop. Boy, coming up perfect for P. Couldn't have asked for a better flop. Shahid, and his c-betting frequency really isn't all that high even when he does connect with the board. But now he's got 2 pair with an ace here. We could see him come out of hibernation for that purpose alone. See if he can bet someone off a chop. Does go 15, makes the call to the turn. Pardon, the river we go. And queen's full of sevens is a monster. We'll see if Shahid elects to fire at it again. No. He does slow down. He checks it. Yeah, I think Shahid may pay off this 40, just content to get the showdown with ace high.
Where's he from? OKC.
Turkey.
And there it is. Yes, indeed. Queens full of sevens.
Got him in a draft?
I can't remember if it was a draft or if he just came over.
He
Came over undrafted.
He's
Like a
amazing.
free agent, I think.
He's fucking amazing.
Yeah. I mean, when I first saw him play, like, his rookie year, I was like,
Yeah, who is this? This guy's good.
Is this year 3 for him? Year 2.
no, it's
Shingu.
No, it's more than two. It's more than two. It's definitely more than two. It's either 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's either 3 or 4. I think I agree with that. Yeah. I think it might be 3 then.
Yeah, for those tuning in, make sure you hit that like button for us, and why not subscribe while you're at it? Don't miss any of the action from any streaming Texas Card House location across the Great Lone Star State, including in a 2-5 live stream tomorrow night from TCH RGV. Got a chance to tune into one of their streams not too long ago. Beautiful studio, beautiful table, and a lot of great action as well. So Joe got game in the 2 seat. Little button straddle action there. Captain OG Reedmore didn't want to see anything with his off-suited connectors. When all the dust settles, we will go heads up to the flop, and the flop will come 4-5 jack. So RC connecting with that board ends up with bottom pair.
They probably play tomorrow, then. There's no way they're going to have 3 days off in a row.
And 1 over to Joe's pair. He elects to slow down here as we go to the turn. Deuce of diamonds. Going to add some straight outs, some wheel outs, and some 6 outs to RC. And he's going to bet at it here. Be about $50 to go. And Joe does make the call, so off we go to the river. And the Queen of Diamonds. Boy, if there was ever a card to stop action, that's it. We'll see if RC bets it. He does not. And the only player that could really conceivably represent a diamond would be RC. Now the question is Joe going to try to bet his 9s for value? And he will. This will be about 125. Drawing the quick fold from RC. So Joe got game taking the pot down. And had RC fired at that pot, I do think Joe would have ended up making the big fold. Yeah, and plenty of other action going on right now in the main card room. Multiple 1-2 no limit tables, as well as 1-3 no limit. And of course, the Thursday 10K tournament will be going later this evening. You can see Austin and Penguin with mirrored hands. RC will stick around, so too will Shahid, making the call. Sneaky with those 8s in the 8 seat. And the flop comes 10-5-9, 2 clubs. Shahid out in front right now. Also has a club to boot. RC with a bigger club. Checks around to the turn. This is going to get interesting now. Not only does Shaheen have the gutter, he's got the only pair that's connected to the board, but he has a lesser flush draw to RC. And needing one of the 8s for a straight, both Austin and Penguin. But Penguin will find the fold, so you see Shahid's percentage back up to about 57%. RC looking for a club, jack, or king. Whereas Austin needs Shahid to hit his set. RC will fold his option, and now to the river we go. It's a king. So the river would have treated RC well, but here comes Austin now with 6-4 of hearts. He's going to stab at this. And only way to win this pot would be to bet at it, and he does so successfully. Well done, Austin. Great bluff card.
So we call for service? They just haven't come yet. But they call, yeah, when you're at last call, they call.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
28.
Player stacks throughout the first 6 hands of our stream this evening. As you can see so far, the Penguin, the top earner. Meanwhile, RC throwing the party, down about $250 in the first 16 minutes.
1, 2, 3 have folded. 4 folds, 5 folds, 6 bet 15, 7 folds, 8 folds.
Let's get into a battle, sir.
Good.
9 calls, 2 players.
To the flop we go. It comes ace high, 2 diamonds. Pairing 10s is Penguin.
6 bet 15.
And he's going to bet his second pair. RC going to fold right away. And the Penguin running good right now.
Hey, Bada.
And don't forget about the rest of the exciting action here at Texas Card House Houston every Thursday night. A $10,000 guaranteed no limit hold'em tournament. A $30K starting stack, 20-minute levels at just a $240 buy-in. And take your shot at a lion's share of 10 grand every Thursday. That's 6 p.m. at Texas Card House Houston.
They have 8 hits and 5 runs. Yeah. Fromber had either 6 or 8 walks in 4 2/3 innings.
Got a struggle on the button for 6. One folds.
Suited ace here for RM, making his live stream debut.
Did I get a...
Austin behind him in the 5 seat with 9s, however. Just going to flat with him here, playing a little sneaky. RC with some spades of his own. He's suited and connected. And after all that, we get a flop. Open-ended comes RC. Backdoor spades for RM as well as RC. Set of 9s for Austin. And Austin's going to bet at it here. RC open-ended, just going to flat. Captain OG Reedmore says no. Backdoor spade draw from RM as well as an open-ender will entice him to stick around to the turn we go. I'll bring a 3rd diamond, so all the backdoor spade outs are gone.
Yeah, turn on one of the march.
And the opposition is open-ended, but Austin still with middle set.
I think so. They played 6:30.
60
I
is
don't
the
know what
bet.
time it is now, but I feel like it's been 6.
And top pair as well as the draw to the straight.
Yeah, Arizona comes
The sucker end of it will be released, and we're heads up going to the river. And look at that. It comes through in the clutch as the board hits a 7, giving RC a straight.
It's, I don't know why the games are so late. 8:30.
And Austin checking here. Here comes the hammer from RC. Bet 75 makes the call, and the rivered straight way good.
It was reminding me of that Alex.
Absolutely gross.
That
They did like a 12-point comeback against Northern.
I mean, that was the same thing.
That sucks though. That board
Yeah,
for
I was
fucking
like,
set.
I had
I was like maybe like
That shitty board sucks.
I was like, man, I gotta make it without the ball flush.
And I was like, you gotta flush or you're just bluffing at it. Like,
What'd you take it down? You put it on this one.
I hit straight.
I'm off hope.
He flopped 7 nines.
Turn my head to
I
the
flopped
left.
Jack 10 and 10 9 8. 7 on the was at the river.
You have a shot for 6 on the button.
Flush was out there.
Well, a truly gross board for a flop set indeed, as you can hear him talking.
6, no, 10, 6, 6. I need your cards here.
You got it?
Alright, so
Into an RM with Ace King facing the straddle from the small blind, and he's just gonna flat with it here. Very interesting. And one of 2 players making their live stream debut this evening. The other one right next to him, that's P, but Penguin gonna raise the action here.
4 folds,
King 10 of diamonds.
6 calls, 90.
RM with the quick 3-bet, and now King 10 makes the call. To the flop we go. Jack high, 2 clubs. I think that's going to be a bit of a mistake there. He's going to check, allowing him to gain equity to the turn, and now he's got a gutter ball to go with his king high. Penguin drawing the 4 outs. RM, no, you can't keep slowing down like this, and that is why. Good night, Sweet Moon. River is a monster. Especially on a hand like that, this is where you gotta fire out a little bit. You gotta see where you're at with Ace King at this point. Because on a 3-bet pot like that, if they have no piece of that board, odds are they're not gonna want to continue.
This is from last year.
Got a shot for 6 on the button.
They're playing San Diego State again, man.
Yeah, that's why they're showing.
4 folds, 5 calls, 6 raises to 20, 7,
5-4 of diamonds this time for the Penguin.
1 bet 75.
And Captain OG Reedmore with some aces. Aces and jacks. Oh my goodness. Joe got game. Up against it here.
2 calls, 75. 3 folds, 5 folds.
And calling the 3-bet. Penguin going to stick around with 5-4 of diamonds. Penguin still drawing at 20% pre-flop. I love it. So we go to the flop now. Ace in the window. Look at this. 3 hearts. So top set on a terrible board. Gutter ball for Penguin.
6 checks, 1 checks, 2 checks.
Goes check round to the turn. Oh my goodness, I think I'm going to be sick. set of jacks, set of aces, still the gutter ball for Penguin.
6 check.
Goes back around to Captain O.G. Reedmore. $238 in the middle, and here comes a good-sized bet.
160.
160 is the sizing here. And Joe got game turning his set of hooks. The question here with the hearts on the board, do you just flat it, hoping to have the board pair on the river, or do you go for the throat now? Of course, we know he's so far behind. Penguin has a better chance of winning this hand than Joe Got Game does at this point. And Joe Got Game drawing to 1 out. And here comes the raise from Joe. Oh my goodness.
2 bets 500.
He's going to make it 500 to go. Penguin just with a gutter ball. He's going to release it. And now, O.G. Reedmore. Not the simplest call, considering there are 3 hearts on the board right now. All in goes O.G. Reedmore, and the snap call. So O.G. Reedmore has this one pretty much locked down. He's got 1 out, and it's the Jack of Hearts. To the river, it's the 6 of Hearts. So the aces are good for Captain O.G. Reedmore. My goodness, what a hand.
That's probably like the second time I've blocked trip aces today. No, man. Alright. This is about getting from me. I don't know if you guys saw my hand, you'd be like, what are you doing? In this game, what are you doing?
I probably
No, I did not have a flush.
You're straight.
Very good evening to you too, LV Coleman. Hope your Thursday is off to a fantastic start or coming to a fantastic end. Either or, thanks for tuning in this evening.
And you added 500 to yours, right? Okay, great.
I do truly think the only thing that could have made that hand even more sick had the set over set happened on the flop. Would have had to sweat a couple of cards to try and get that 1 out. Glad to hear it, LV Coleman. Glad to hear it, my friend. 8-4 offsuit as we get back to reality here. Again, aces versus jacks won't happen every hand.
Yeah, this one 4.
Gonna straddle, and just a quick check here. So we try to catch up with what's going on nonetheless. They go heads up.
2 players.
Is Gabe still working or no?
You know, one straight on 10.
Ace King Trey should be a quick bet and a quick fold. No, instead it does go to the turn. And here comes OG Reedmore with the bet. Quick fold. Very much appreciated, LV Coleman. Very much appreciated. It is an absolute privilege to do this show for you guys every Thursday night. An absolute privilege to help bring the 1-2 No Limit games to you on Fridays and Sundays as well. Looking forward to a nice long strand of incredible streams, far as the eye can see.
Can't take golf serious.
And through our first 10 hands, you can see with the RFI statistics, a little aggression numbers have become apparent. So far, the Penguin is raising 40% of the hands he receives. So he's on a good pace. Again, we look for higher VPIPs when it comes to cash action when compared to when we do our tournament broadcasts.
I never played lacrosse, but I'm sure the gear is super.
I think we've talked about it on stream before, with the average tournament VPIP at a final table somewhere around 35% until we get to the shorthanded numbers, which happen about five-handed. Of course, in a cash game, we've had VPIPs on this stream that have been 91%. That was two-hat back on the very first live stream we ever did from the Houston location. The flop comes 10-6-10. Both players with ace high. 49er Chris gonna make the call here on the Penguins continuation bet. To the turn we go. Penguin picks up some outs. And to the river. Deuce. Deuce of diamonds. Check, check, and the 8 will play for the Penguin.
Why were you an IB?
I was a corporate lawyer.
Corporate lawyer, okay. Wait, I actually need a lawyer.
I don't do that shit.
Do you know anybody? Do you know anybody?
What type of lawyer?
I need like someone that knows how to like form entities and stuff. For specifically. And Houston?
For tax lawyer.
Looking for the best way to kickstart your weekend? Look no further. It's the Friday Mayhem Super, a $10,000 guaranteed tournament for a $20 buy-in, featuring unlimited $20 rebuys, of course. $3,500 will be guaranteed to first place, and this happens every Friday, 6 p.m. at TCH Houston. Get into the weekend the right way. Again, 6 p.m. tomorrow night, as a matter of fact. And alongside the 10K tournament, of course, don't forget about the 1-2 No Limit live stream. It'll be broadcasted as well. But, of course, the big draw tomorrow going to be the Rio Grande Valley 2-5 No Limit. We get back around to Shahid here again. 49er Chris just flatting with ace-queen. And here comes Shahid with the hooks. He's going to make it 150 to go. And 49er Chris, I think he can make this call. You see there taking it off. He will fold ace-queen pre-flop.
If I was here, then I would call. What were you at? King 7 off. If I was here, then I'm calling.
I know you're. And you were gonna hit.
Yeah, a little shocked to see that lay down.
And it would have been like 7 million.
But nonetheless,
There's no way you can have a 7.
he was behind. Didn't put any chips in when he was behind, for that matter. Boy, and moving one seat over. This time it's RC with the hooks. Joe got game with 8. Oh boy. We'll see if history manages to somehow repeat itself. But I mean, with each of them having one out folded by the very next player, very unlikely. The Penguin with ace-queen of spades. He's going to 3-bet himself, making 125 to go. And I like this move from RC here. Just going to flat. It will chase Joe out. So off we go to the flop. Jacks against ace queen. The king high board. So that's going to slow some action there. Maybe not from the Penguin, who does have the nut spade draw. Penguin will bet it. And a quick call from RC. Again, the obligatory continuation bet with an ace or king on the board. And now the board gets scary. And the Penguin now with top pair and the nut flush draw. He's going to continue to push RC back into the corner. It's a preview of the Tyson-Paul fight for everybody. You see Penguin just backing him up into the corner. That, of course, being Mike Tyson. Paul can't get in out of this corner. And there's the white flag. So the Penguin takes it down. And we chug it right along. Of course, if I'm upsetting anybody's betting ticket, I apologize. Just letting you know how I think the fight's going to go.
Why, are you trying to get into like IB and stuff? Or?
I mean, I want to make like a. I want to either go to law school or go to law, make like a jump. Jump on them or make it down.
Lost this prospect. I feel like you can pivot, like, you have so many options if like you were a former lawyer. Cause like you can go into business and like you just, you know, a lot of like illegal terms. Like I used to work in compliance, so like I realized knowing the legal stuff is like,
Everybody needs a lawyer.
not even that, it's just like knowing the terms, like
Yeah,
knowing
speaking
what,
the language.
understanding the risks of some stuff.
Of course, a lot of buzz around the table. They wanted the Astros game on as the game got going. Opening day, of course, all around Major League Baseball. And Leif, howdy to you too. How are you doing this evening, my friend? When all the dust settles here, we got 4 players seeing the flop. Ace-Jack leading the way. The flop, however, coming King, Tray, 9. See how that upsets the balance in just a moment. Does go check through, and the deuce of diamonds hits the turn. And forgetting what the players had here, there we go. Captain OG Reedmore gonna start the action here. We'll get Joe to fold ace-jack. Jack 10 for Austin, no good. The Penguin, however, will stick around. So heads up to the river we go. And it's another king. Board pairs kings. And the Penguin with second pair. Looks like his spidey sense is tingling. He knows it's good. He's going to bet it, which will draw a quick fold from OG Reedmore, of course. The mighty 5 high. Really not good on a board like this. It's giving him an interesting price for information, though. Instead, look at this. Looky here, looky here. There's the raise. I love this play from OG Reedmore. Makes the call. Wow, what a read from the Penguin. Great call, and the Penguin will drag the pot. Beautiful. I'm sorry to hear that, Leaf. I hope you start feeling better soon.
I think it's the best video
Yeah.
out there.
After I saw that speech, I was like, he really understands it.
I thought that a long time before the video did it.
You know what? Man, I wish I got on that video. But I think like a lot of the kids.
As you can see, the action in the main card room, right over the shoulders of P and Austin. You can see a 1-2 no limit table going. And back to the Penguin now. Gets another good looking hand. Jack 10 this time. Of course, one would argue when you're running as hot as you are, any two cards will do. Does make the raise with Jack 10. Austin going to stick around with a suited dog. And heads up we go.
They're not small.
Flop comes ace 4-6 rainbow. Good flop for Austin to represent here. May finally get a fold out of the Penguin.
They're smart enough.
Good sizing too, third pot, and that will chase the Penguin away.
Actually, you can go on their website, solve their
Now, I don't know who it was, but somebody recently showed me a picture of penguins' teeth, and I gotta tell you, it haunts my nightmares. They look like cute and cuddly birds, but once you see the penguin, like inside the penguin's mouth, it looks like something out of a nightmare. Kind of like the worms from the old Dune movies. It is truly something to behold. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up real quick and tell me how terrified you are after seeing it. Well, those cute and cuddly flightless birds we know aren't so cute and cuddly if you make them angry.
Oh, I think I saw something about that. Yeah.
He used to work at Jane Street.
Thank you.
And
You did like a Trump thing. I don't know if you
yeah,
saw that.
exactly. That's what I'm talking about. He
Lost the firm like 600 mil.
figured out that Trump was going to win the election before Trump did.
Yeah.
And he started trading on it.
Treated on stuff that thought would happen if Trump won.
And he lost.
And he lost because like
It didn't happen.
It didn't happen that way.
They expected like the S&P to go up. Or down, no, down. It did not, actually.
So when all the dust settles here, it looks like a couple players stuck around. Joe got game with Queen 7 and 49er Chris with 9X. And he's going to bet at it here. And I know 49er Chris pretty well. Definitely wants the suited connector in his raising range pre-flop. And if that's the case, if he is holding 9-8 suited, does have 8s full of 6s now. But Joe got game with an over to the board. So we got some shout outs for Austin in there from Accountability Angel. And look at this. Got the Penguin Fan Club in there from Leaf. We will go to the river. And it's the ace of diamonds. So the board, 2 pair with an ace. This could very well be a chop, unless I've misplaced 49er Chris's hand, of course. And we'll see if Joe got game, wants to fire at it here. Again, completely counterfeited from Queen High. Does slow down. We'll see if 49er Chris, if he bets for value here, I think he'll have placed him precisely on that suited connector. Away we go.
How old is your son if you don't mind me asking?
He's 19.
Does bet 80 at it.
Oh, you're not. I'm 20. I just turned 20.
Yeah, he's in business school, but
What's he do? I was doing some sports stuff with Quants that works at Citadel, but just like a lot of time. You guys spend a lot of time. And it's also hard to get like this stuff too. It's hard to get on like a book that is, you know, the line is like not right at.
Two calls.
Like the edge is so small.
And he will make the call, and now the board updates. It looks like Chris did have king nine, so they're going to chop this board instead. And just getting an update now from production. Joe got game actually holding pocket sevens during that hand, so apologies to everybody at home. A little computer mishap, but the winning hand was 8s and 7s with an ace.
Struggle on a button for 6. Yes, sir. Seven. Three calls, 4 raises of 25, 5, 6, 7, 8 falls, 9 calls, 25. One calls 25, 2 calls 25.
Captain OG Reedmore, suited and connected, king, queen of diamonds. Suited gapper, 9-7 in spades as well, and that does connect with the board, as well as open up a gutter, backdoor spade draw as well. Joe got game, however, flopping 2 pair with his suited gapper. Suited double gapper, that is. And the wheel draw, or the suited wheel hand, RC, does have some backdoor outs of his own. He'll make the call. Joe got game with 2 pair here. Again, this board is bordering the wet category. And had the board had 2 of the same suit, I would definitely consider this a very wet board. He is going to raise it now. Does not want anybody catching any more equity. Could lead to an expensive turn and a catastrophic river. Will chase P away. You know, RC is not far behind. And OG Reedmore can't do it either, so good timing on the raise from Joe Got Game.
Maybe like we have neutrals. Freshman? You're a freshman? Wait, did you go to school in Houston? Yeah. For that? Or no, tomorrow? Huh?
He went to school with my son.
Really?
Y'all know each other, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Mark Woods, good to hear from you in the chat, my friend. Hope your Thursday is off to a fantastic start or conclusion, wherever your day is at.
Already chosen your measure.
Wait, you guys are off right now? At A&M? Or are you just like,
Don't have classes.
oh, you're just not, oh, you came back up? Cool, cool.
Struggle on button for 6.
And checking on the player stacks, the Penguin, 2,350 is the big stack at the table, but looky here, looky here. Couple of red kings for P. And he's just going to limp them. I like this. And you're going to eventually get somebody who wants to raise this pot, but instead, you get back around to RM in the straddle, he's going to check it. You got to think at least one ace high got through on you. Very interesting limp from P. But to the flop we go, and it's a Jack 10 board. Jack 10 deuce rainbow. You can see P still well out in front, but Austin going to bet his top pair.
6 folds, 9 folds, 1 fold, 3 calls, 4 folds.
3's going to make the call. That's P. Interesting. Must not have been kings, because kings is not folding to that board. Not by a long shot.
25,
But now picking up a diamond draw to go with second pair is RM, and he will make the call as we go to the river. Heads up, 11 outs. Trey of clubs, however, is not going to fall into that category. Austin going to value bet the jack. And here comes the call from RM, and it's good.
What happened to the 5 cent games on Thursday? Broke?
Yeah,
Broke? Everybody's at champion.
I have no idea.
No idea.
Under the gun, Chris with a premium. Ace Jack off suit. He's going to bump things up, makes it 20 to go. P behind with Ace Queen, and he's going to 3-bet here. Going to make it 65. I like this 3-bet, especially from the button position. And the 3-betting range of the button is just so wide that anyone under the gun who raises or even limps is really going to want to see the flop. And both of them get a piece of this board, Ace Queen and Ace Jack. 75, the bet from P. Here's the call from 49er Chris. To the turn we go. 284 in the middle. Trey of spades. And neither player holding a spade. But it'd be an easier hand for P to represent with the spades. But he's going to check it there. Practically opening the door for Chris to do something. But the spade does not hit the river, so really going to be hard to represent anything there for Chris. I can definitely see this going check, bet, or fold at this point. And with 284 in the middle, do you see the sizing we use here? It looks to be about 125. And here's the quick call from Chris, and the bad news will be shown. So P will drag the pot.
Where's the button?
And with that, we're going to have ourselves a dealer change, which means we'll have ourselves a double board PLO bomb pot.
Thank you. I was like, it's not here.
We haven't played a single hand of Omaha.
I definitely had the button at least twice.
One of Ryan's it was nice. It was
Damn you, scoundrel. Didn't give us a reverse button?
I haven't played a big game since. It's capped there, right?
yeah.
What?
I don't know what the cap is. They don't take a rake until about 150, I think. Or like a smaller cost of the
Of course, a big thank you to Rafe for starting off our show this evening. We welcome Rex into the box.
Smart. Big rake.
We own that one.
Yeah, I don't care. I literally don't care.
First of all, we got this dealer change. Again, we're going to remind you till we're blue in the face. But of course, the Poker Atlas Tour starting up on the 10th of April. We're getting really close to this thing kicking off. It's going to be a total of 16 trophy events, all culminating, of course, in the $500,000 guaranteed main event. We'll go into depth on some of the upcoming tournaments as the broadcast goes on, but now is the chance you need to mark that calendar.
It was sick. One dude misread his hand. Another dude just got like.
Of course, you may remember the last time the Atlas Tour came to TCH Houston, the very first event was a one-day 50K, in which we not only crushed the guarantee, but hell, we doubled that guarantee. So looking forward to a lot more of that. Again, lots of money coming your way.
It's hard for me to fade Clemson after everything.
As we get ready for a couple of boards. So we wait for those boards to show up. There we go. 7, Queen, 6 up top. King, Ace, 7 down below. And now let's check in with the rest of the crew here. Big hello to you too, Albert H. Hope your evening is going well, my friend. And hard to read everybody's equity right now as we whittle down the field here. We'll get more into depth on everything. But the 8 is going to bring the straight draw on the top board, spade draw on the bottom board. And Captain OG Regood does have a couple of spades in his repertoire. And you look at a hand like 49er Chris. He has got 3 jacks and a 6. A truly terrible Omaha hand, be it bomb pot or not. Definitely a hand he's itching to fold.
I don't know why they don't give it the ball more. They were like the Rangers people.
And RC gonna win it just with a quick bet on the turn.
I would have called if I was shooting.
And not too often we see bomb pot scoops, but there you have it. And it looks like that is going to bring our first hour of coverage to an end. Has been an absolutely incredible game so far. Lots of action, bad beats, and just overall fun. It's poker in its purest form here at TCH Houston. Yeah, a big thank you to everybody spending your Thursday evening with us here at TCH Live. I'm Wes Tucker. Hope everybody is having a blast like I am. And if you haven't already hit that like button, now is the time to do so. And why not subscribe? You're coming back every week. This way you miss no action from any streaming Texas Card House location across the great Lone Star State. And of course, make sure you tune in to the Rio Grande Valley 2-5 live stream tomorrow night. And same channel you're watching right now. Action from TCH RGV. And with the dealer change, they also decided to bring in the reverse button. So you may see the reverse button on the table at some point, but whenever the dealer button and the reverse button meet, as you can see they have in front of Austin, that hand is going to be played out as pot limit Omaha. And I do gotta say, it's a treat watching Hold'em players play Omaha, especially playing it for the first time. The math is so much more different. It's a lot easier to put your opponent on specific draws or specific hands in general. But just because of the difference in math, you want to see as many flops as possible. And then you get a flop like this. 10, 5, deuce, all hearts. And the best part is, I really don't see anybody that has a heart draw. Board will pair deuces. And that's the other great thing about Omaha, is when the board pairs, you can pretty much guarantee that any flush, any straight is not going to be good. And all in goes Chris. You can see he's got one of the deuces. One of his cards is blocked out for us. And that's going to chase away everybody up to Penguin. And Penguin really at this point, I mean, there's no way you can make this call. You got no heart. You have no piece of that board. It's time to wave the white flag.
No, it's like everybody checked the flop. I feel like we're all playing shuffle now.
Get it too.
Look here at the VPIPs of our heroes this evening. The Penguin with the highest VPIP, of course, also has the biggest stack. Those two stats often correlated. And meanwhile, Shahid, the lowest VPIP at the table at 30%. So definitely an action table this evening. It was last week we actually had a player in the 12% VPIP category. And definitely one of the more conservative performances we've seen on the TCH live show. Ace Queen for Captain OG Reedmore.
4 folds, 5 folds, 6 goes 20. 7 goes 20. We have 3 players for the flop.
49er Chris going to stick around with his ace high, and we go to the flop. Jack 6.
7 checks.
So connecting with the board is Penguin, but OG Reedmore, this is definitely the texture you want to see bet. Nope, he'll slow down. Allow everybody else to gain some equity. Of course, the Penguin right now running away with this board. It's still going to be a tough bet for the Penguin. Even if OG Reedmore decided to delay his C bet to the river for some reason. Of course, the delayed C bet may, yeah, there you go. It's going to stick around just with a piece of it. And now, Captain OG Reedmore drawing the 4 outs. And that wasn't one of them. So if OG Reedmore wants to win this pot, he's going to have to bet, and it's going to have to be big. Instead, he'll turn over air, and the Penguin will drag it with a pair of 6s. Running well is the story of the Penguin this evening.
That's the last guy you want to try and bluff.
I was thinking about that in my head. I was like, he's probably going to try to bluff again. You know, I'm like,
That guy and then that guy. Don't
who don't want to bluff?
the other guy.
Oh, really? Okay. No, dude.
Well, you can try. Maybe it'll work for you.
I got my experience. I'm good.
Yeah, you good.
I already got the treatment once.
Yeah.
I'm alright. I learned my lesson. No more.
6 on the board.
Of course, it's easy for me to say, you know, stuff like that in hindsight. I can see everybody's cards, yes. But it's still a question of not letting your opponents recognize equity in the hand. I mean, bottom pair on a 3-bet board like that should never be good. It really shouldn't even go past the turn. Sure, you may want to call, see if you can end up with trips, but you're not going to generally see it go past the turn, let alone you don't want anybody to see a river. And now Captain OG Reedmore with Jack 10. He's going to make the call. So we got the Texas heads up. 6 ways to the flop we go.
There's nothing else I can do.
And he ends up open-ended in the process. King, Queen, Trey. And RC with top pair. gutter ball to a jack for P, pair of sevens for the Penguin, and 49er Chris with a lot of catching up to do. And there's the open ender complete. It'll also give a pair of aces to P and Shahid. So OG Reedmore coming out of hibernation. $40 is the bet. He's going to stick around, and now we go to the river 3 ways. It's a king. Oh, my goodness. And a terrible card for RC. You may look at it as a gift from above, but now he's just going to be lighting money on fire. And his bet comes in. We'll wait for an exact number.
UConn could make the NBA playoffs, and some other guy was like, UConn doesn't have one NBA player on their
And it looked like he had about a half pot bet in his hand. 150.
Oh my god.
There it is, and interesting. I don't think the bet was 150 because OG Reedmore is going to pop it up to 150. I think the bet was about 75 there. And no, he just called again. Definitely just a call situation. Okay, yes, because the board did pair. The graphic confused me a little bit. Definitely a terrible river card for the turned nuts. So you can definitely see just the call there with the board pairing.
You got a bounce.
Two folds. Three folds. Four folds. Five calls.
And here comes Austin now. Queen 4. He's going to limp it from the low jack. Penguin with suited big lick. Makes it 20 to go. 49er Chris, Jack 8. OG Reedmore with King 10. And he'll make the call as well. So we go 3 ways to our flop. So King 10 ends up with top pair. Flush draw for Penguin.
6 bets 20.
And 49er Chris with a lot of catching up to do.
7 folds.
Will make the fold. This is definitely a spot where Reedmore is going to want to raise it. Instead, he will just flat with top pair. Yeah, that's a scary card. Queen of Hearts for him. Does go check, check to the river. Thankfully for him, it's just a 6. He avoids the spade. So King 10 is good, but again, it did not have to be that close.
1 bets 40.
Bet coming in from OG Reedmore. And a rivered pair for the Penguin with how good he's running. He may make this call just to see what's going on in the mind of OG Reedmore.
I'm just thinking about your comment.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What thoughts do you have? I'll talk with you. What thoughts do you have? It's a $40 bet.
I can show my cards, right?
Oh, he's not supposed to show you.
I mean, it says up. Okay, no? Okay. They used to allow that here. New rule? Okay. Well, I have a 6. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
A 6 and a 9. With 2 spades.
Those are great cards.
With 2 spades.
Great cards to have.
3rd time's the charm, right?
Brush.
Bet a 10.
So after torturing himself a little bit, the Penguin will make the fold. Again, definitely not something we encourage here, revealing the contents of your hand. Definitely, if you're playing at any Texas Card House location, we highly discourage it.
What?
You can't show a card anymore in Scotch yet?
No.
What other new rules have they come up with? That's it?
Don't let her.
3 folds, 4 raises 20, 5 folds, 6 folds.
And P, Jack 10, off suit. 49er Chris this time with suited big lick. And OG Reedmore with the hooks.
1 raises.
And here comes the 3-bet. Looks to be an even 100. And we'll see if Chris wants to stick around. Again, it's going to cost him about half of his stack if he wants to see the flop. And there it is. He's all in. He wants to see this flop. He wants to run it out.
We're battling. We're battling.
So 49er Chris all in with a suited big lick.
I have a good feeling. I have a good feeling.
And you know OG Reedmore is not going anywhere to a 4-bet of that size.
Is it heads up? Do you have a pocket pair?
So away we go.
Or no?
Do you want to run it multiple times?
You go once.
You sure?
One time. I got nothing.
All right, they're going to rip it one time for Max Payne. Jack in the window, it's over. Ay-ya, absolutely brutal. With a 6 on the river to go ahead and add insult to injury.
Chris, you coming back?
And of course, being the case Jack, we saw the other one folded pre-flop.
Jesus Christ.
That's the way to play Jack right there.
Takes a lot of skill. It takes a lot of skill.
Have a small stack of the menu and no one else falls.
And then flop it set. Yep. Extra insurance. Have the guy on the hard draw.
He was trying to do justice for me, man. He had the 6-9.
Yeah, we have not heard the last from 49er Chris. He'll rejoin us in just a moment.
7 is not in this.
Can I straddle?
Yes. 6 on the button, live 6 on the button.
Looks like we got ourselves a $6 button straddle. As we continue here, Joe got game,
3 calls 6.
saying no thank you.
5 folds. 6 folds. 15.
Hey, there we go. Shahid, pocket 4s.
9 folds, 15. 1 fold.
Suited connectors for Captain OG Reedmore, and RC with Ace Jack going to stick around as well. So we go to the flop, and it's an ace high board.
3 checks. 8 checks.
Ace high rainbow board at that. Backdoor outs for Captain OG Reedmore, both straight outs as well as hard outs. Top pair with a blocker to the backdoor hard outs for RC. And now he'll just have to contend with Shahid, who will fold the 4s.
Yeah, Good Friday. Sorry.
Easter's on Sunday.
Not elect to chase any further. One of those set mining hands where you want to see if you can flop a set. If not, go ahead and pitch it.
Religious holiday. Pretty big one.
Yeah, but you think it's a little disconnected. Me? It was such a tiny pocket pit that it almost made it straight. I can almost, I'm double blocking the wheel. That's like, I don't know.
No, that's not a good time to look. Tim.
You can see the silhouette of the nefarious Catman there in the background.
Yeah, he said he was.
Was not able to play this evening. Looking forward to a time where we can get him back on the felt on the stage here. But now OG Reedmore with a suited ace. He's going to bump things up from the cutoff. Suited connectors for Joe Got Game.
2 raises to 60 total.
And Joe Got Game going to 3-bet his suited connectors. Makes it 60 to go.
9 plus 60.
RC will make the call, and now Captain OG Reedmore pretty much priced in. Unless... No, he is just going to make the call. I thought we were in for some fireworks pre-flop. But now to the flop we go. It is a 6 high board, 1 at diamond. So OG Reedmore with top pair, top kicker. And the way this hand was bet pre-flop, he's going to go ahead and check it and get Joe Got Game to continue at it. But no, Joe checks behind. And now the 5 makes things a little more interesting. Giving a 7 to the outs of Joe Got Game. RC still with air right now. As Reedmore checks again. Very interesting. And now to the river. There's the ace. So everything will calm down now. Reedmore's got this board on lock. And now the bet. And Joe Got Game going to make the fold. RC will as well. But definitely, if you bet that turn at least, you're going to bring along with you Joe Got Game drawing to the straight. Realized a lot of equity on that turn. But I digress as we take a look at our stack sizes now. Captain OG Reedmore now has the honor of big stack with $2,774 in front of him, surpassing the Penguin after felting 49er Chris, who has just returned. Looks like he's got another $500 in front of him. Best of luck to you, 49er Chris.
What do y'all want to make it?
Whatever y'all want.
I believe I'm hearing rumors of the 7 Deuce game.
25?
I feel like that's
25 is
fair.
too much.
You're right. I don't know.
Let's do $10 a man. That's $70.
70 bucks.
That's fine, yeah.
$80. My bad.
You gotta make it
My mouth's
So for those unfamiliar with how the 7 Deuce game works, I'll go ahead and shed some light on the subject for you.
$10.
Any player who can take down a pot with 7 Deuce will receive a bonus from every player at the table. And it sounds like they have agreed to it being a $10 bonus from each player.
That's so good.
So you take it down, you get a cool $80.
You should at least be able to gain like 200.
I would be down to do stand-up, but I just like feel bad if someone gets...
Of course, I stand by the school of thought that the best way to win the 7 Deuce game is to play 7 Deuce like aces. 3 or 4 bet it, always C bet, and keep barreling. Of course, if that's worth $80 to you. But top pair, top kicker for 49er Chris here. And does make the raise here. A good raise it is. It's going to cause Austin to fold. The Penguin with a pair of 4s will stick around, see if he can catch another card. King will hit the turn. It's a scary card for Chris, but he's got to find out where he's at now. So he's going to continue to bet at this. I do think that bet is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back for the Penguin. Indeed so. Welcome back to the table, 49er Chris.
That's why I'm saying maybe 25 way it's worth the chase.
When are you leaving? I'm probably gonna leave the same time I do. So
Probably
another
like another 30 minutes.
30 minutes. I really want to try that food plus
Straddle bluffs.
that message real quick.
Oh, damn. Let me just call over there.
Yeah, I'll deliver it for you.
I don't want to eat delivery though. You know, I just want to sit down and eat my food.
Playing Omaha.
Omaha? Thank you for that.
Omaha.
Omaha, Omaha. We actually got the button. Yeah.
Again, the dealer button and the reverse button have met in front of P there, as you can see,
Your reader really doesn't like
which means this hand will be played as Pot Limit Omaha.
Take your live 6 on the bluff.
Yeah, Austin, ace, queen, 4 tray.
6 calls.
It's got some good wheel coverage, not too much on the high side. Penguin holding lots of his own outs with a bunch of hearts.
9 calls.
RC, pocket 10s, also has a suited 10-5 and diamonds.
4 6.
And it was a $6 button straddle, and it looks like we're bringing 7 players to the flop. And the flop comes king, queen, deuce, 2 diamonds. The nut diamond draw, well, second nut diamond draw in the hand of Captain OG Reedmore, Austin, with the nut diamond as a blocker. It's $40 to go. OG Reedmore betting that flush draw. Second pair for Austin. Does have some backdoor wheel outs, and he's going to make the call. And RC will fold his lesser diamond draw, so to the turn we go. It's the jack of clubs. As you can see there, Reedmore still out in front, but Austin going to take the lead now with 3 Broadway cards on the board. He's looking for a 10 to complete Broadway, and both players needing that 10 for Broadway, so there's some chop outs. And 2 outs for Austin to win this pot, and they're both queens. OG Reedmore going to raise here after Austin decides to lead this turn.
1 call.
And will get the call. To the river we go, and oh, there it is. Oh my goodness. It's a 2-outer on the river. Austin living La Vida Loca right now. It goes check, check on this river, and wow. Austin takes it down. What a river it is.
You would hit that diamond.
Free
though.
rolling those
I
diamonds.
know.
Oh, and wait a
Did
second.
you have
Oh, I
king
know.
of diamonds?
Yeah, he had the king of diamonds, but I had the ace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This pot's being chopped.
That's gross.
I think they both had Queen Jack there. Very interesting. So yes, just got confirmation. It was a chop pot. Both players with queens full of jacks.
I was like, man. I don't think I'm calling
So apologies to everybody following at home.
I was like, man, this motherfucker's got a queen. I missed my fuck.
Back now to our regularly scheduled hold'em. Shahid under the gun, ace king, gonna bump it up, makes it 20 to go. Captain OG Reedmore with 7 deuce, but he's just gonna flat it. King, queen, right behind the pocket queens of P. So we get back to Shahid, who's gonna flat here, and now OG Reedmore. You gotta make a decision here. Is chasing a flop with 7 deuce gonna be worth the money you're putting in? Boy, folding a set of 5s pre-flop. Trying to remember who that was. I believe that was Joe Got Game. But as you can see, Shahid with 5 outs. He is behind right now, a set. And the Case Queen would give Shahid Broadway. Does have 2 overs to the board. The bet comes in from P at 80. Shahid will find the fold. So well done. Had to know he was behind. Looks like Reese went ahead. RC added on another 1,000 to his stack.
Getting banned.
No, you're not.
This is my last hand.
Integrity of the game. It just said like I shouldn't talk about my hand. I don't know. I mean, it was just me and him heads up, so. Yeah, our hands.
I didn't care.
So to it here, RC, ace-5 offsuit.
It's for the stream. But also,
But Joe Got Game, suited and connected. King, Queen of Spades. Very pretty hand, very tantalizing. But maybe not as tantalizing as this one. Ace-5 of diamonds coming in with the 3-bet. That's P. And, you know, Joe's not going to be going anywhere with suited connectors like this. Is going to make the call, so off we go to the flop. Heads up. King high versus ace high. And now let's play poker. Everybody misses the board. Bet comes in from P. 50. And he will draw the fold from Joe. Again, behind the any ace, he knew it. Of course, RC, after adding that 1,000 to his stack, now sitting on $1,435. And meanwhile, the short stack, that's Austin in seat 5 with 612, and Captain OG Reedmore with $2,613. He is the big stack now.
Travels on, got 6 on the button. 8 folds.
So a $6 button straddle.
1 fold, 2 folds. 3 folds.
And P waking up with 7s in the low jack. Gonna make it 25 to go. My favorite garbage hand, 7-8 offsuit for Austin. It's gonna make the call with it, and we go to the flop. It's ace, jack, tray, rainbow.
7 checks. 3 plays for the turn.
Goes check, check right away, and now a 5.
4 checks. 5 checks.
So no possible flush for 49er Chris. But the 4 and changes absolutely nothing. The 7s of P are good.
Spread it out, pretty insane.
Austin gonna bet at it though. Gonna chase Chris away. Will it chase the winning hand away in the process?
In that hand? Jeez. What was the turn?
Jack. It was a jack. Yeah. Jack.
That's sick.
And he does make the call, and a good call it is. Sevens are a monster.
Bro, San Diego's actually really close. What a board. No way. Clemson's just on them. I don't know what's going on.
Nine calls the straddle.
Oh my god. Really?
So RC waking up with the sailboats here in the small blind. He's going to just flat the button straddle.
35. 4 folds.
Yeah, one of the set mining hands. Again, we talk about them a lot. We see them a lot here. Deuces, fours, trays, fives. Don't really get into value raising anything with small pairs till you get to the 6-7 range. But when all the dust settles here, we're going to go 3 ways to the flop. And that's why you do it. He flops the joint with it. 4s full of 6s. Beautiful. So RC sitting pretty right now. RM going to bet at it. Chris is going to stick around too. Just flat. For the love of God, just flat RC. There we go. As sneaky as you can be as the jack hits the turn. Goes check back around to Chris, who with his gutter ball, we'll see if he elects to fire at it. No. To the river we go. That completes the diamond draw. That's going to be an interesting card here as RC now reaching for some betting chips. Bets 150. And Chris with 8 high will not be able to make this call. Of course, you talk about set mining. How about just hitting the boat off of the jump? Just like that. And it looks like we will bid good evening to Mr. Reedmore. It was a pleasure having you on the stream, my friend. He'll disappear into the fluorescent luminescence of the main card room. The Penguins got the hooks this time. That has been the hand of the night. Pocket jacks. Ace, 8, 7, 2 clubs. Chris ends up with an 8, but the Penguin gonna bet at it.
You said what? 35.
And 49er Chris with a club as well as a pair. He's got plenty of backdoor outs. He's gonna make the call. King 9, however, can't take the heat any longer. So we go to the turn. It's the Queen of Clubs. Now 2 overs to the jacks of the Penguin. This could be an interesting opportunity for Chris to bet, but instead he checks it and misses the river. Definitely going check, check here. And the hooks are good, sir.
Thank you all for calling in. Good luck.
31 entries in our Thursday night 10K tournament. And still got a little bit of time to come register. You got about an hour and 14 minutes to do so. So if you're looking for a shot at what's looking to be a prize pool that will surpass the 10 grand mark at this rate, come on through. We've got plenty of action for you.
We got a couple. I think we need to get Alex in here. The dealer.
Oh yeah. We need some action pushers.
He's an action one.
What's my defense?
My defense probably started out soon.
Are you allowed to talk?
I don't think he knows.
No?
What you asking me?
Yeah. Do they know my defense? No? I feel like it's been like almost in every hand.
You want to keep it above 90% for sure.
Maybe not 90. I feel like 60 though. 60. Maybe I haven't given up a lot.
So another dealer change means another double board PLO bomb pot. So away we go here.
I feel like I'm on a little bit on that one.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Darn near a straight flush. I mean, he's 4 ways to it. My goodness. Austin, 3, 4, 5, 6 of spades. Absolutely terrible hand, but we'll see how it all plays out. And yeah, definitely. Those are the boards as we go check round to the rivers right away. And nobody excited to bet this. Look at that. Lots of paint on that bottom board for sure.
2 bets, 80.
Looks like we do finally have a bet. It's going to be a pot-sized bet of $80. And Shahid does have a few outs to the bottom board. We go to the rivers, and he does end up with aces full of trays on that bottom board.
320.
See the updates there. Joe got game, going to take the other board. Shahid's going to bet it with aces full. Joe got game with a straight on the bottom board. And Penguin's got 2 pair. That's it. And not a simple bet. There's still a couple hands that beat him. Queen 10, for example. Joe's going to lay it down. Now the Penguin's going to lay it down too. My goodness, Shahid with the scooper. And 2 of the 3 bomb pots we've had on stream this evening have wound up in scoops. Super rare to see something like that, let alone twice.
Ace queen 10, wow.
That's like the most. Not the Had 4 pair.
Got it on the button.
And now we chug right along back to our regularly scheduled hold'em. The 7-deuce game also in full swing. Win a pot with 7-deuce, show it, and collect $10 from every player at the table.
Alex,
We gotta
seat
figure-
open.
Oh, no.
Come on.
Come on.
I have a high B pin.
Come on. We were like just
And Joe got game again with this suited connected hand. King, queen of spades.
Messy in the house.
Wasn't able to do anything with it last time. He will bump it up, makes it 100 to go. Penguin not going anywhere as the initial pre-flop aggressor. Queen 9 of RC, however, can be persuaded to leave, it seems. So the flop comes, Jack 10-6, open-ended as Joe got game. As you can see, even though technically he's behind right now, he's still the statistical favorite. He's got 10 outs. Basically any big card, and he's good. And there it is. He ends up catching the straight on the turn. We'll see if that check back on the flop is going to draw the Penguin out of hiding for our betting purposes. Instead, he checks it over to Joe. I do want to see Joe check this one more time. See if he can allow the Penguin to improve. Yeah, the Penguin drawing completely dead. But Will decide to make a bet now. Looks to be about 150. And the Penguin will make the laydown. Of course, there's so many more ace-X holdings in Joe Got Game's range, considering he's the one who 3-bet pre-flop. You think the very bottom of his 3-betting range from that particular position is going to be ace-jack suited.
Good guy. You gonna come back after me?
So we see here now, Queen 10 for P in the small blind, facing the button straddle of RM. And it looks like this hand is actually going to be pot limit Omaha. So this is an interesting experiment. We can see the first 2 cards of all of our heroes. We got to speculate on the second 2. Ace-8 suited for Austin. He's got 2 more cards to boot. 9s for the Penguin. Interesting scenario here.
Yeah. Russian. Vlad.
See, 3 cards from Shahid. He's not going to stick around, though.
What's up?
So we'll go 3 ways to the flop. 2 mystery cards. Flop comes 10 high, 2 hearts. So the ace of hearts in the hand of RM. We know for sure there's top pair in the hand of P. And checks through the turn. There's the king of spades. 2 flush draws prominent.
Three bets 100.
He's going to draw P out of the woodwork. He's going to bet it. Or make the call from RM, that is, with the $100 bet. Penguin will stick around too, and to the river. That will complete the heart draw. And RM does have the nut heart. There's the bet from RM, 450. Definitely has the hearts, and he will take it down. And again, if you're looking to play at Texas Card House Houston, be it on the show or just in the main card room, make sure you scan that QR code, the bottom right-hand corner of your screen right now. Get live updates from tournaments. Put yourself on the wait lists for the show and more. We got a game for everybody here at TCH Houston. Yeah, that QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, your golden ticket for doing so. Accountability Angel, I think I'll definitely go ahead and give him a shout out. More of the Austin Fan Club, Brother Man. There you have it. Glad everybody in the chat is having a good time. And to answer your question, no, they cannot hear me. And just for the giggles, I'll put you back up too, Accountability Angel. The Austin Fan Club members are in force in chat this evening. And I'll give you one more. So we go 3 ways to the flop here. Jack 10 suited, Queen 10, and one other hand. I'm forgetting exactly what it was. We'll see it up in just a minute. It's 8-7, and he ends up out flopping the 2 10x holdings. But the turn has other plans as the queen hits. And now Shahid. Looks like he is going to make this call. So all 3 remain. To the river we go. There's the 7. How about that? Austin coming through on the river. And here comes the bet. Going to be 45 to go. You know RM is going to have to pay it off. He does so, and Austin comes through on the river. So good hand, good river as we continue right along here. And a new player going to be taking the 1 seat. That is going to be Yarrick, as he'll see his first hand, this very next one that's dealt. suited gapper for Shahid under the gun. 6-4 of hearts. Definitely not enough firepower to do any kind of move with it from that position. And looky here, we got him again. Austin's with jacks. He will take it down pre-flop. Doesn't have to sweat anything this time. Of course, jacks have been the hand of the evening. And I have been keeping track in case anybody is counting on their own accord. We have seen pocket jacks 6 times so far in just under 2 hours of airtime. As we have a quick check-in with our player stacks and earnings. And just the earnings here so far. You can see a couple of the bigger stacks now trending in the opposite direction. P, the big earner right now. We get back to it. Again, still plenty of live stream to go. First hand Yark wakes up with, gonna be a good one. Ace 10 off suit, gonna bump things up, makes it 25 to go. RM, another set mining opportunity, this time with his 5s. P suited and connected. Austin 9-8 suited and connected. Penguins connected too. This could be a fun one. But Penguin gonna break the ice a bit here. He's gonna 3-bet it, making it 125 to go. He's gonna chase away Yarrick. RM gonna stick around, nonchalantly throwing in a single black chip. And he and the Penguin will go heads up. And 6-9-9. Boy, had Austin stayed in the hand, would have flopped trip 9s. Instead now, Penguin does have the pair of 6s to boot. 130 is the bet. RM going to stick around as we go to the turn. It's the Queen of Spades. Check, check to the river. 10 of clubs. Again, RM, not much. But it will go check, check, as the Penguin really not comfortable with his 6s after being called on his 3-bet.
You knew where I was. You know I was.
But 9s and 6s with a queen will take down the pot. And Yarrick getting bet off the winning hand, just a hand to go. Under the gun here with a suited gapper, says no thank you, but here's RM, a suited dog. King 9, this time in diamonds. Penguin, Queen Jack, and here's 49er Chris. Questionable holding. Does make the fold, and RC with a suited Jack. Going to want to see a flop, so when all the dust settles, we'll go 3 ways to this one. And it's a 9-8 tray 2-heart flop. So RM thunders out in front with top pair, second kicker. Gunner ball for the Penguin. Can also catch a queen or a jack to take the lead. And the Penguin not going to be going anywhere to a bet of just $50 from RM. Oh, interesting. He did go. I didn't think so. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Deuce of spades on the turn, as now the Penguins still with 2 overs to the board.
179.
RM gonna need to make a bigger bet to chase him away from drawing, and he will do so. You know, Car Thief, definitely so. I'm sure he appreciates the support, but we do have a very strict no phones policy at the stream table. As a matter of fact, before the show starts, we have them put all their phones away. They take off their smartwatches. They can't wear any earbuds, anything like that of the sort. But definitely so. I'm sure he appreciates the support. And if he doesn't hear about it, I will make sure to tell him myself.
You had a 9? That's very good. Very good. That's good against me, maybe not against someone else.
Was he in the 7 deuce?
Yeah.
Yes. I made sure to pretty
Yarick, a suited king, king 8 of spades. He's going to make the call. 49er Chris with the 49, but he doesn't make the call. Boy, I'm going to have to talk to him about that one later. Good night. That's what you live for. Flop comes ace, king, tray, all clubs. And the only player with a club is Austin. So he's hoping to catch his flush on the turn as it checks back to the Penguin. And now over to Yarick. Yarick with his king 8 is going to make the bet now as the board will pair kings. Well, absolute pleasure, Accountability Angel, to be the first broadcast for you. Give me another shout out there. Appreciate it very much as kings full of deuces. Thunder's out into the lead for RM. And Yarick gonna think he's gonna value bet his trip kings. Here comes the snap raise from RM. Gonna make it 325 to go. Yarick with his king 8. Again, the way this was played out, I think he's gonna get paid here. There it is. So kings full of ducks will take down a $731 pot. And with that, that draws us to the conclusion of our second hour of coverage this evening. And I hope everybody's having as much fun as I am. It's a fantastic lineup for our 1-3 no limit game from Houston. And we hear it all the time. Our 1-3 game here in Houston, especially the one on stream, plays a lot bigger than 1-3. It's kind of like playing 5-5 anywhere else in the country.
Are there a lot of home games at A&M?
Well, we got a little break in the action. We remind you, kick your Friday off the right direction. Hop into Saturday morning with a Friday Mayhem Super Tournament. $10,000 guaranteed, a $20 buy-in featuring $20 rebuys, and a $3,500 guarantee to first. And looky here, RM 7 Deuce. He's got a chance to win the 7 Deuce game.
It's like a lot of flips, right?
Raises it, makes it 15 to go. 49er Chris with 10-7. And looky here, Shahid King Queen. Looks like he didn't want to participate, but RC gonna make the call here with 6s. Route 66 doing their thing. Now back to RM with 7 deuce. He's going to raise it again. He's going to make it 300 to go. That is how you do it. I don't think anybody can stand up to a 4-bet pre-flop here.
You're like a better
Yeah, 49er Chris has him absolutely dominated should he somehow find a way to make this call. But again, I really don't see it happening pre-flop.
No, as a player, as a player. You know? Daryl's a little tight.
Does lay it down. RC will as well, and Pin gets in his money. There you go.
Hit a 7 and beat me.
7 deuce hanging loose. He'll collect $10
I cannot believe
from
you did
every player at the table.
that is so sick. That is so
And we'll
sick.
see if they continue to play after that.
But shoot with people on too.
You have it.
Fuck.
That's probably 60. You call.
I actually had him dominated.
And for those just tuning in, they were playing the 7 deuce game, and the 7 deuce game just paid out. RM in the 3 seat. Win a hand with 7 deuce, and everybody at the table is going to have to pay you $10. So on top of dragging that pot in that was built up pretty good pre-flop, you will get $10 in addition from each player.
I didn't think that was gonna happen tonight. I didn't either. I think it was gonna happen tonight. In that
Oh,
fashion.
God. When we play from the life, that happens all the time.
Not in that fashion.
I keep getting.
Joe got game with 5s, RM with trays.
Sorry. I've been playing in the wrong live stream, man.
Okay, so C2 calls, 3 calls, 6 calls, raise to 20, C2.
Here we go, back to it here. King 10 for P. Decides not to see a flop with it. The Penguin has suited cards, so that's good enough. The flop comes ace, 10, deuce, rainbow. So right now the 5s at a slim advantage. Still 2 cards to come as the 6 will hit the turn, 6 of hearts. Not going to change anything. It's still the 5s. And the river, it's the 8 of hearts. So again, the 5s are going to hold up here. Rare to see the best hand pre-flop hold up and survive a run out, let alone a pocket pair of 5s.
I really didn't think I was good. I really didn't think I was good. There's 4 other pairs that
I thought it was good.
I also thought the threes were gonna mess up.
I thought if someone else.
I wanted to min bet and just see what happens.
And thanks for spending your Thursday night with us here at TCH Live. Hope everybody's enjoying the broadcast as much as I am. If you haven't already hit that like button, now is the time to do it. And while you're at it, why not subscribe? Don't miss any exciting action from any streaming Texas Card House location across the great Lone Star State. Of course, if you haven't already heard, the newest member of the TCH Live family, that is TCH Rio Grande Valley. They're having themselves a 2-5 No Limit broadcast tomorrow night. Same channel right here. Don't miss any action from RGV either. This hand going to be played out as a pot Limit Omaha. Couple of kings, queen 6 for Austin. Pretty good starting hand there.
Can they switch it to the Clemson or is it
See a few more draw-heavy hands thrown into the fray, but RM with aces. Aces, Jack, Deuce, the ace of diamonds and deuce of diamonds. Well, if they're playing 8 or better, that's definitely a great hand.
San Diego State is done for, man. This GG's for.
And look at that, he flops a set of kings. Austin thunders out to the lead. So 46% favorite already, just on the flop. With 6 players in the hand, those are some good numbers. And the question here is, I'm going to bet, but just how much am I going to bet? And the other king in the hand of Yarick, he's got ace-king. And P's going to fold to it too, so Austin will take down the pot, just seeing the flop. And not really any equity in anybody else's hands. Nobody had a flush draw. It's a tough board to try and go backdoor for a straight. So there you have it.
How can you leave him so open? Yeah, can they get switches to this?
Definitely so, Mr. Mark. Definitely so. Catching the case king on the flop like that, especially in pot limit Omaha. Looky here. Penguin ace 10, 49er Chris ace jack. There was another ace X that was folded. That was ace 5. Back to the Penguin, and the Penguin wants to see the flop, so away we go, heads up. Flop comes, 10-9-8, open-ended is 49er Chris, the Penguin with top pair, top kicker. 75 the bet, all in, snap called by 49er Chris. Running at one time for Max Payne. There's the 6, not helping to the river. It's the ace, so aces and 10s for the Penguin as 49er Chris cannot improve on his open-ender. Has been a rough night for the man in seat 7. And with that, we will bid farewell to 49er Chris as he will disappear into the fluorescent luminescence of the main card room. Wish you well, my friend.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I can close it never though. Yeah. Yes. I love it.
8 raises to 15.
RC here, ace king, and Shahid under the gun with ace deuce of spades decided to bump it up. Here comes the 3-bet from under the gun +1. Small 3-bet makes it 50 to go. And he will get 2 callers, Shahid and P. Both of them with suited hands. RC well out in front as we go to a flop. Ace, Jack, 10.
9 bet 75.
So 2 players flopping aces. Shahid with backdoor spades. And it's just the aces remaining as the tray of diamonds hits the board. And the bet from RC is 200. And Shaheen with kicker problems will make the laydown and does get shown from RC that he wasn't messing around.
Sizing up to act like I had 7 deuces.
I was like, alright.
It's either 7 deuces or 15.
Polar, that's what we call it. Polar.
Yeah, I was like, there's no way. I had an ace. And I had the,
Good question, Accountability Angel. They don't allow them on the premises just for integrity of the game. I mean, we are on a delay, yes. Everything that you and I are seeing happened 15 minutes ago. I have no idea what's going to happen. They keep me locked in a room with a TV screen. That's how I see what's happening. Sometimes they bring me food and water. Sometimes I just have to push on through. But nonetheless, I'm seeing all this for the first time just like you are. Joe got game with King 10. RM, pocket 9s. And those are going to be our two combatants as we go to the flop. Jack, Jack, 8. Joe got game with 4 outs, and it looks like we're both going to want to see the turn card. It's the ace of clubs. And now a flush comes into play, but Joe got game's outs goes up to 8. Could catch a queen for Broadway. Instead, the harmless 5 of hearts will stamp out any hope. Joe got game will take it down. Again, definitely a scary board for 9s.
He said a post is blind.
Definitely so. It's definitely just a way to protect the integrity of what's going on. Of course, you heard about all that stuff in the past with streams that were airing without delays. It was absolutely terrible. You know, some of the stories that you would hear. But not going to go into any details on those streams. Of course, those were mostly out on the West Coast, but it's going to be Yarick and Penguin going heads up here. See, flop comes 9-8 deuce, 2 hearts, ace high still out in front. Again, the difference between a cash game stream and a tournament final table is that the tournament final table, we actually run on a half-hour delay rather than 15 minutes.
Alright, I'm out of the field. Before they close, I gotta get food.
They don't play for now.
They close it now. Yeah, but I don't usually want it like there was, I don't know,
No, I hear
slower.
you.
They run a lot. Do I play it?
They do it every week. Yeah, Thursday.
Accountability Angel, my name is Wes Tucker.
6 p.m. on Thursday.
I'm keeping you guys company throughout tonight's matchup.
What about, you still got a prize?
And 9 of the best cash game minds in Houston going to war this evening. And the ballot has not disappointed.
6 raises to 20.
We get around to the Penguin. Ace 10 offsuit from the cutoff position. And it looks like all it's going to take is a glance toward his chips.
Does Prime have any games in the afternoon anymore or no?
I don't think so. Not going there.
Three folds. 4 raises to 20.
Suited ace king for P. And from under the gun +1, he's going to bring the Penguin along. Shahid with ace queen. Accountability Angel, it's an absolute honor to have you for your first live stream experience. Hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. It's been a lot of fun. And here comes the raise from P. He's going to bump it up. He's going to make it 225 to go. Shahid moves all in, and now P taking a little time, but does make the call, running it one time. The flop comes 7-5 tray. Both players missing the board. To the turn we go. It's the deuce, so now a 4 would be a chop. And now to the river, it's the ace, and ace king is way good. My goodness. And ace king, ace queen, all in pre-flop. Can't really see a future for that hand where it doesn't go that exact direction. Very much appreciated, Car Thief. Thank you very much. And before I was a poker commentator, I did a couple of seasons in minor league baseball. And don't get me wrong, I enjoyed working in sports radio a lot, but my true passion, and you're going to laugh at me, was just numbers. Numbers is my true passion, so here I am. Numbers and human psychology go hand in hand when it comes to the game of poker. And Car Thief, to answer the question you're about to ask in chat, you need at least 10 points before you can actually gamble them.
Can I do another one?
Oh, man.
So we'll get one more hand in, and then we're going to have ourselves another dealer change.
Begins C4. Okay, scan your cards again, or you scan your cards again? 4 pick. Okay, 5 pick.
So this hand will be played out as Pot Limit Omaha. And for those who are just tuning in, they are playing with a reverse button. Whenever the reverse button and the dealer button meet, that hand will be played out as pot limit Omaha. So all the dust settles here. We got the Texas heads up. 6 players are going to see the flop. So anyway, that board on your screen is not accurate. We haven't seen the flop just yet. It will be updated.
Well, that's my last time.
7 of hearts, king of hearts, 4 of diamonds is the flop. So we get around here as we weed out the playing field a little bit. $20 is the bet from Austin. Definitely so. If I were giving out a chat MVP award, it would definitely be between you and Car Thief tonight, Accountability Angel. And Austin facing a $65 bet. He will make the call. He's 60% favorite right now with his 7s. To the river, it's the 4. So 4 of hearts comes through. That completes the flush. But no flush for Shahid. Thought I saw 2 hearts in his hand just a second ago. Instead, it is going to be Austin that'll take down this pot. Looks to be 120 is the bet. And Austin will take it down. So the 7 coming through clutch for Austin. As we've got ourselves a dealer change. So right after a PLO hand, it's time for a bomb pot. Phony, good to hear from you in the chat, my friend. Hope everything in NYC is going great. You have a fantastic night as well, my friend. Yes, Accountability Angel. Taking down the pot means you won the pot. See there, our field shrinks a little bit. Going to be playing 7-handed for a couple of minutes. Of course, that won't be for very long. We know people are itching to get up on the TV table. But right now, the big stack, $1,480.
Time 28.
That is P, who is up just under 900 so far. RM, the actual big stack, I apologize. And Shahid will return. So it looked like they had initially clocked him out, but he is back and ready to rock and roll.
Oh, my bad. I just do that after. I'm sorry? It's all good.
And Phony, you do my job for me, man, and I love you for it. Make sure you hit that like button, share it, and while you're at it, go ahead and subscribe. Don't miss any action from any streaming Texas Card House location across the great Lone Star State.
Seven of spades is your burn. C5 doesn't have cards. Yeah, he didn't play the ball.
And Phony, you're going to make my heart melt tonight. Everybody in chat, I appreciate the compliments, my friends. Thank you very much. Of course, I really couldn't do this show every week without the rest of the crew involved here. The big man, David Lagana, our executive producer. Want to throw a big thank you, of course, to the man, the myth, the legend, Spencer, who is taking care of the action tracking. Can't do this show without him. Fantastic. Want to give a big thank you, of course, to the illustrious dealing staff of Texas Card House Houston. And the man himself, the big man, that's Alan Lee, the general manager of our Houston location. And it takes a lot of people and a great team to put together a show like this every week. And we love doing it. So we get back to the action here. You see Joe Got Game has all the nines. Looking to boat up on the river. Now Yarick facing a bet. He will fold it, and Joe's going to go ahead and take it down. So yet another bomb pot scoop this evening. 3 of the 4 bomb pots we've had on the stream this evening have been scooped.
Yeah, you're good. I was like, wait, I just gave you a 5. You're good. It's all good, bro. I feel the same way today. Pretty cool. One raises to 20. 2 folds. No, sir. Thank you. I appreciate you, buddy. 3 folds. 4 folds. Like that. I like it on your roof.
Oh, you okay? My bad.
So to the flop we go. It is ace queen high. Open-ended is Yarick. And he's going to bet at it here. No, pardon, not open-ended. He's looking for a 10. I apologize. Really not open-ended, but we go to the river. He can't improve. It does give 2 pair to RM with aces and 6s. And RM will take the pot down. And for those who still have not marked the calendars, here is the opportunity to do so. The Poker Atlas Tour makes another stop at Texas Card House Houston. That is April 10th through the 22nd. 16 trophy events, all culminating, of course, in a $500,000 guaranteed main event. $1,100 buy-in for your shot at an Atlas trophy and the lion's share of $500,000. Of course, for those who tuned in to some of the final table broadcasts from the first Poker Atlas Tour stop, may have caught a glimpse of the Atlas Trophy. And I tell you something, there are some pretty impressive trophies in the poker world, be it the U.S. Poker Open Eagle, the PGT Cups. But I tell you, this Atlas Trophy, it's a Brobdingnagian blunderbuss, but it is quite the pretty-looking trophy. It's exactly what you think it is. It's a bronze statue of Atlas holding the world on his shoulders. Appreciate the shares, everybody. Thank you so much.
Your heads up. You check, sir? Okay.
So we get back to the action here. Just one pip away from 7 deuce, and look at that. Gonna get back around to Shahid.
Get back there.
All right, we wait here. It looks like Shahid, not the only one. RC still has a hand, but after showdown, it will be pushed the way of RC. And another new face that will occupy the 6th seat. We'll get a name for that face in just a moment.
You have a particular name you like on a screen, sir? Chris. Seat 6 is Chris.
And the name of that face in seat 6 will be Chris. He will take over in the 6th seat.
Good luck, Chris. You want to go ahead and take the big line or let it go by? Okay. Is that a straw, sir?
No, I thought it was.
Oh, okay, no, sir, you're not the big line. Everything good?
So we get back to it now. RC back in it on Yarick with a suited dog. King 9 of clubs. It's going to make it 15, but hey now, Joe got game and opportunity
Two re-raises
to
before.
take this pot down with 7 deuce and collect his $10 from everyone. He's going to 3-bet it here, make it 45 to go. Back round 2, Austin with Jack 10 now. Again, he's going to be facing some pretty rough bets coming from Joe Got Game. Again, he 3-bet 7 deuce offsuit, which means he's definitely going to be playing it like he's got aces.
3 players.
So 3 players to the flop. It's going to be a tough board for anybody to call but Yarick. Again, Yarick with top pair, second kicker.
Buttons and 4. Yeah, no, I put it on here.
So action will be to Austin.
Yeah, so that's got
Oh, that makes sense. That's why they've been doing this.
You check money? Yeah, I check. Check. 50.
The bet comes in to Yarick. Gonna make it 50 to go. Now, pardon, Joe Got Game gonna make it 50 to go. Yarick gonna stick around with top pair. So we go to the turn. It's a 7. Oh my goodness. I see fireworks on the horizon. And Joe with second pair now. 7 deuce with some equity. Checks it to the river. It's a 9. So 9's full of 5s. We'll see if Yarick elects to play it sneaky or what kind of value he goes for. Again, 238 in the pot. Checks it over to Joe. Very interesting. And here's the bet. Representing the hand your opponent has. This is going to get bloody. It's a $105 bet. All in goes Yarick.
224.
Okay, you signed it. Thank you, sir. That's good.
So just be sure to anytime that you need to use your smartphone, just step up to the station.
What's going on, Drew? You got 8 or 9, brother?
9.
Seat 7. You wanted anything other than Andrew or no? Your screen name?
And now
Let me make it Drew. Just
you got caught with your hand in the cookie jar. Do you pay the man off, or do you just go home?
We're gonna go Andy. Just because he said or Andy.
Makes me think of Toy Story.
Makes the call, 9's full. And with that, we've got a full ring again, as Andy will take over in the 7 seat.
In case I miss them, that way they're picked up by the RF chip reader.
Probably gonna play tomorrow, yes. Probably gonna go to the Open too.
And check in on the player stacks. The big one, RM, at $2,203. Meanwhile, the short stack, that's Yarrick after just doubling up, sitting on 722 as we get back to the action. It's Shahid with ace-8 of diamonds.
15, 9 call, 15 to call.
RM with pocket 8s.
3 calls.
Just gonna flat with him though. P's got 10s. Oh my goodness. 3-bet incoming makes it 80. And Austin can't hold on to his holding. Ace 6. And RM is going to stick around, so we will go heads up to a flop, 10s against 8s.
Heads up.
And both players end up with overpairs to the board. 7 high board. RM checks. Here comes P. He's going to bet it. Looks like $75. No, just 70. And he's just going to call here. RM sensing some trouble in the water. Does have backdoor clubs. And now the king hits the board. This could slow everything down. Checked over to P. Oh, correction. No, RM going to bet at it with his 8s. That's a good bet with the king on the board now. Pardon, the 9 on the board. Calls, and 10s are good. What a call from P.
Big blinds right here.
Yeah, if you haven't already hit that like button, now is the time to do so. Go ahead and subscribe to, share with your friends. And don't miss any action from any streaming Texas Card House location across the great Lone Star State. And another big thank you to everybody spending your Thursday evening with us here at TCH Live. Wes Tucker here, keeping you company. Hope everybody's enjoying the broadcast as much as I am. It has been an exhilarating night of 1-3 no limit. Now the new face to the table, that's Chris, ace-6 of spades. Gonna bump things up, make it 20 to go. He'll bring 2 friends along with him. And it's a 10-high board. 2 hearts. Ace-9 out in front right now. And the board pairs 4. So chop outs for Chris. And second player by the name of Chris we've had at the table this evening. But Austin will chase everybody out. Good bet by Austin. Not quite sure what to do with your Friday nights just yet? Well, I have the solution for you. We got the Friday Mayhem Super. That's every Friday at 6 p.m. at Texas Card House Houston. It's a $20 buy-in, a $20 rebuys, and a $3,500 guarantee for first place. Yeah, what better way to kick off your weekend than taking home $3,500 Say it's a pretty good start to the weekend. We get back to the action here. Joe got game. Joe fold that game. And now pocket trays for RM. Ace-8 for Andy. Chris with 9-5 suited. And back round to Yarrick. So 5 players will see the flop. It's a king high board, 2 clubs. In the nut club, in the hand of Yarrick. No player with a strict club draw. RM with pocket trays. But Austin will take it down with top pair. So Austin catching fire and doing so in a timely manner, chipping up little by little. Again, it's the big fallacy that a lot of poker players fall into. It's lack of patience. Especially when you're playing a cash game, you don't have to worry about blind increases. So all the little scores really add up to building the stack. Of course, there's going to be some fantastically big pots, but it's the little ones that add up. As you can see, Austin, he's up almost $500 on the day. He hasn't won any incredibly huge pots, but again, the little ones just keep adding up. He and P, the only ones in the earnings category now. P up $1,100, Austin up just south of $500. RM with the Mighty Ducks, the Deuces, quack, quack. Just gonna flat with him though, wants to see a flop with him. Raised to 20 from Ace Jack. Chris just gonna make the call with Ace King. Yeah, especially from the hijack, that's gonna be a prime 3-bet candidate. And 5 players will see the flop. And look at that, the Mighty Ducks come through. RM hits a set of ducks. And RM just going to check it. We'll see if that draws out Chris. It will. Chris is going to bet this, drawing at a mere 1%. Yarrick will fold his ace high. RC going to make the call. RM Here comes the raise. Beautiful. Makes it 225 to go. Yeah, I would have liked to maybe have seen RM let this call go through, because usually it's going to be the turn where you're going to want to raise most of your sets as well as your flush draws. But the way this is playing out here, it's definitely not going to be called from anyone. Unless RC smells a bluff. He does not. So the Mighty Ducks come through.
Thank you.
But I can tell the way he was
In set mining hands, those deuces, trays, 4s, and 5s. They're sneaky. They're sneaky. I do think the deuces were a little overplayed that particular moment, but still managed to get some action on that flop. So wasn't a complete loss, but I do think had it came through to the turn, maybe let him catch an ace or maybe another high card. Let him gain some more equity and then come in with the right hook.
Oh, it is PLO. Hang on, y'all. Hang on. Sorry. People said it's PLO.
So this hand is going to be pot limit Omaha.
Yeah.
It's the same game you've been watching. The only difference is you can only bet as much as in the pot, and you get 4 cards instead of 2. But 2 cards out of your hand must play.
Hang on. You ready now?
Action will be to RM. It looks like he is actually going to be straddling here.
All right, we have a loud 6 and C4.
So action will actually begin on P.
3, C3, C3. 4 folds, 5 folds.
We get round 2, Austin. Austin with pocket kings and 6s. Well, the rest of the 6s in the hands of Chris, so he's got pocket kings.
1 calls.
See, that's the beautiful thing about this accountability, Angel, is that you don't necessarily need a break to do it. You can get up at any time you want. Your money's still going to be on the table. So you do hear some of those funny stories about the guys in Las Vegas who are doing these 36-hour sessions and doing so while wearing diapers at the table. I mean, I've heard some pretty fantastic stories. I mean, worked in Vegas for a while. I've heard a lot of pretty incredible stories. But I think that one's one of my favorites to retell for sure.
7-65.
So as we take a look here, pocket kings. Still looking pretty good so far for Austin. Of course, the other 2 cards in his repertoire are kind of meaningless unless he can catch some straight outs on this turn. And when the dust settles, there'll be 3 players going to the turn. Austin still leading the way. Turn comes a jack. So now 2 pair, kings and jacks for Andy. Oh, pardon, 2 pair, queens and jacks for Joe Got Game. Misread the hand there, I apologize.
95.
And Austin's going to need to catch the case king in order to win this hand. Unless perhaps he can get the deuce 7 to pair. He does have outs there. As you can see, Austin actually drawing to 2 outs. And Joe gonna come in with the raise now. He's moving all in. He's going to put Austin to the test. And Austin will make the good laydown. And Austin needed to catch either the case king, a deuce, or a 7 to win that pot. He was drawing very thin. Again, if you're looking to get on the wait list for not only the show, but how about some of the other exhilarating action going on in the main card room? Here's how you do it. Go ahead and scan that QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, and we'll get you on the waiting list. 1-2 no limit, 1-3 no limit. I mean, we've even spread 5-10 no limit. Pot Limit Omaha, you got it. You like mixed games? We're the place for you as well. And lots of opportunity for every player. A straight out accountability angel is a card that would end up giving a player more equity in the hand by giving them the opportunity to hit a straight. So when we talk about the outs a player has, the outs are the cards that they can catch in order to either gain equity or to win the hand. Queen 8-4, 2 diamonds. RC with the flush draw. Austin, not too much equity in the hand, but he's going to stick around, see if he can pick up something. He's got a gutter ball to a 5. Instead, the board will pair 4s. That will complete the flush draw for RC. Goes check, check, and drawing completely dead is Austin. Any money he puts into the pot, he'd just be lighting on fire at this point. And now RC going to make a bet on this river. Quick fold from Austin, and we move right along.
Straddle, 6 to call. Sorry. 3 calls.
Pocket 5s for RM here. Ace 8 suited for P. RC 7-6 suited, and Yarrick with rags. Nothing but rags. See here, we wait for the board. It looks like it's a 6-9 deuce board. It goes check round. Now 3 diamonds will hit. Right now it is the 7-6 of RC that is leading the way. Joe Got Game is open-ended with his queen jack offsuit. And he's going to go ahead and bump this. He makes it 75 to go. See if RC can muster a call here. He will not. So Joe Got Game taking it down with a draw and nothing more. Again, the registration period about to end in the main card room for the weekly 10K guarantee. And it looks like right now I got a field of 58 players, which means we did end up with more than 10 grand in the prize pool tonight. So best of luck to all of our competitors in that tournament. Now they still got a long night ahead of them. And to the flop we go. It's King Jack 10. So top pair and open-ended for Shaheen, but flopping the joint is Austin, flopping Broadway. Car Thief, the command for the roll, I believe, is !gamble. Somebody in chat, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what it'll be. Yeah, 98% favorite. That is Austin. Yeah, he's got the blocker. That's the queen of clubs to the flush. Again, chop outs for Shahid, but now Austin cannot lose this pot. Whatever RC puts in this pot, he's lighting on fire, as now the 9 of diamonds will hit the river. We'll see what kind of value Austin can get. He's going to bet at it. Looks to be about 125 with top pair. And RC finds the fold, so Austin will drag the pot. Nicely done, sir.
All right, everyone, have a new deal around. Thank you very much, and good luck to you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Good luck, John.
You like king queen? I thought.
You flop the straight, yeah. If I had a club in my hand, I was gonna be 11.
I was just hoping that we had this. I had to clear it out. Yeah, I was like, man, I was like.
Wow. Give me helmet.
And here we approaching the conclusion of our third hour of coverage of tonight's action. Hope everybody is enjoying it as much as I am. Wes Tucker here keeping you company. TCH Live Thursday from TCH Houston. Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure interacting with everybody in the chat this evening. This is part of the night. I do want to throw a few more thank yous out there, of course, to the big man, David Lagana, our executive producer. Spencer Nguyen, the man, myth, and legend himself in the action tracking booth. Alan Lee, the general manager of the Houston location, as well as the illustrious dealing staff here at Texas Card House. Again, absolute pleasure bringing you this show every week as we get ready for a double board PLO bomb pot. So you look at our boards here, 10 Jack Ace and Deuce 10-5. And that will check in with everyone over here. King Queen right now would be the nuts on the bottom board, and Yarek's got it. No player with a club draw, so he's pretty much got that board locked down at this point.
He wanted 2 packets.
Actually, no. Andy does have an opportunity to quarter him. You can see Chris with the most equity on that bottom board, but he will fold it. So Andy ends up scooping a bomb pot. Unreal. 4 out of 5 bomb pots have ended up in scoops. And correction there is now the computer gets back on track. Apologies. It looked like the hand was over and Andy had won. Instead now, we see the again, the top board is going to be chopped between the two of them. Andy with the most equity on that bottom board. He's going to bet 240 at it. You know Yarrick is not going anywhere. Yarrick's all in. Yeah, and really don't know what's taking Andy so long to call here if he hasn't already. Maybe just getting a exact count. And he will make the call. And 4 of hearts and the tray of clubs means that Andy's going to get 3/4 of this pot when all is said and done.
Okay, I thought you were talking about the ace-4 up here. Do you have 510?
Yeah, we wait for this pot to be chopped up, and while we do, we remind you that the action does not stop here at Texas Card House Houston. Of course, during the day Thursday, every Thursday at noon, how about a $20 tournament with a $500 guarantee? $20 buy-in featuring, of course, unlimited $20 rebuys, all kicking off at noon every Thursday. So if you're looking for something to fill your Thursday afternoons, I've got the tournament for you.
I learned to do the shot. Right now we're playing just home, right?
So with the bomb pot over, it's time to get back to our regularly scheduled hold'em. And we'll get you an update on the tournament as it becomes available. You still got about 6 minutes to register. We have 62 entries in the tournament field this evening. Joe got game with 4s. RM wakes up with pocket 10s. Does bump it up, makes it 75 to go, and when all said and done, the 3-bet's all it's going to take. Not a good price to go set mining with pocket 4s. Of course, we're talking about upcoming tournaments. We've already talked about the Atlas Tour starting in just a few short days. But of course, everything all kicks off with the kickoff event, which is a $300 buy-in, a $50K guaranteed tournament. And this is the tournament that the last time we had the Atlas Tour reached $117,000 in the prize pool. We more than doubled that thing. So definitely looking forward to seeing that happen again. Of course, all your favorite characters will be back in town. The man, myth, the legend, Justin Hammer coming on back. We'll get him on the broadcast, of course. But looky here, P with the hand of the night, the pocket jacks. The hooks, the jiggities. He's going to 3-bet it. Makes it 95 to go, and now Joe got game with 1 over. And he will take it down pre-flop. Definitely, in my opinion, the best way to win with jacks. Do it without a flop. But of course, if you have to see a flop, the worst thing you can do is to 4-bet your jacks. That is a terrible idea. Here's what you're going to want to do. You're going to want to flat the 3-bet. And then if there's nothing over your jacks on that board, then it's going to be safe to go ham. That is when you put it all in. Granted, it is more of a tournament strategy to do something like that, but it definitely would work in a cash scenario too.
I know.
He folded.
25, yeah. It was under the gun, and then there was a fight between the gun and the button, and the button won.
And Austin, not going to want to see a flop with 10 deuce. We get back around to Yarrick, 8-6. And now it says actions on Andy. No, they think we're caught up now. Ace King for RC.
9, raise to 25, and 6-4 fold. Okay, moving on.
Makes it 25 to go. Flop comes, queen, 5, jack. So P ends up with a piece of the board.
I want it to be a double ace.
And he can't hang on. It's such a small piece of the board that was 3-bet pre-flop.
I win. I win.
You don't have a camera, you don't see something.
I wish I could. More money.
I had 7-3, literally the worst hand in this game.
Yeah, dude, 7 deuce is way more valuable.
7-3, literally the worst hand.
Straddle 6 under the gun.
It's like, alright.
Straddle 6 under the gun. C2 fold, C3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. Raise to 56.
Chris now, king, queen offsuit. It's going to bump it up, make it 15 to go. Yarrick right behind him, queen 10. You know, he is going nowhere.
5, 3 players.
And Austin will stick around with ace high. So off we go to the flop. It is jack, jack, deuce. It's a rainbow flop. Checks around and we get the 8. So ace high is still good for Austin. Gutter ball now for Yarrick, and now the 4 will hit. So a pair of 4s for Austin. And now he's going to bet 20 at it. Why not? And nobody has any equity to call. So Austin will win the pot.
I never know when to tip. When to start shuffling. It's soon as I get it, or?
Thank you. Startle on the bottom.
Be alone.
Oh, shit, it is.
So Gapper here for RC, 8-6 offsuit. Don't see cards in front of him, so can only imagine he's already folded. Yeah, apologies to everybody following the action at home.
Yeah, you don't get the fold yet.
So it looks like this hand is actually going to be pot limit Omaha. So there we go. Everything's back on track now.
No, it's only 2 cards. And 8 and 4. 8
So facing a button straddle, RC under the gun. Definitely a better Omaha hand than it is a Hold'em hand, but even then, no 2 suited cards, no flush draws.
It's 6, 4, 3, and
This is misdeal.
Mid-deal.
this deal.
Why?
Misdeal. No.
No.
I mean,
Just give him back. Like, how do you know which? They can tell you.
I said forced to read the cards, and then they were here, and I thought it's folded.
Hands down. Yeah.
6. They called already. They moved forward, you know. When I was telling
Yeah, I'm
them
trying to get this straightened out. Apologies to everybody watching at home. We'll be back in our element in just a moment.
we have 6, 9, 8, and 7, 1 and 3 and 5 calls. The other folded.
Here we go as everything catches back up here. And we're ready for a flop. King Jack 8 will be that flop. No, it wasn't a misdeal, Mark. It was not a misdeal. Was just some pause in action trying to make sure everything was correct. But now we're back and better than ever. Checks round to the turn, brings the 6 of spades into play. And no flush will hit this board.
25. 6, 3, 4.
We get back around to it here. Austin gonna stick around with his pair of kings. Does have deuces. He could hit a set on this river.
6, 5, and 6.
And we go to the river itself. It's the 7. So the 9-10 would have been good had it stayed in, but Austin's going to take this down with a pair of kings. My goodness. I can't remember the last time one pair was good in Omaha ever. And Austin knows that. Good night. What a hand.
Sorry about that.
And we take a look at the players' stacks now. RM, the big stack with 2,111. Meanwhile, the small stack, that's Chris in seat 6 with 645. And now registration has closed for the tournament in the main card room. Get you an update on that prize pool as soon as possible.
6, sorry, 6. 20, 1, 6, 7, raised to 20, hold 6, 9, 20.
Looky here, Andy with pocket 10 is going to bump things up, makes it 20 to go. Kojak for RC.
3 players.
And 3 players will see the flop. And look at that, hitting a set of 10s. That's Andy. RC connecting with the king. The Sharks are circling as Andy will lead out. Makes it 30 to go. RC is going to stick around, of course. Austin can't really hang around with a hand of that holding, a hand of that caliber anymore. But look at this as now a straight hits the board. Pardon, two pair. Oh, it is the straight. And the board pairs. Kings. Oh my goodness, what a hand. 10's full is going to take this pot down after turning Broadway for RC. Are you kidding me? And RC facing just a bet of $80. Will make the call, and he's going to be very disappointed when he finds out he was rivered. So we pushed the way of 10's full, and now we got ourselves an impromptu dealer change. Hang with us for just a moment. And of course, just like with any other dealer change, here comes a double board PLO bomb pot. Not too many people speak binary, Mark, but I got the message. And back to it. We got ourselves a bomb pod here. Yeah, appreciate everybody for hanging with us through that. And now we'll get ourselves a couple of boards to play with here. Gonna look at those boards. Right now we only see P's hand. Aces and a 6 up top. And 8-4-6 board on the bottom. Couple of hearts. So let's check in and see what everybody's working with now. Looks like the bet's going to come in from Austin, the bet of $90. So it is going to be a pot-sized bet. Austin does have one of the aces, the other ace in the hand of Yarrick. Meanwhile, on that bottom board, 7-5 for Joe Got Game. He's got that straight pretty well locked, as well as hearts. He's actually drawing to an open-ended straight flush. He does get him to fold it, so now we go to the turns. 4 of hearts, 10 of spades on the bottom board. So we see how that adjusts our statistics here. Yarrick with 1 out, and 1 out alone according to our metrics. And now the rivers. Aces full of 10s will take the top board. That's Austin, and Austin's going to end up scooping this. Look at that. Good sized pot. And Austin's going to bet the pot, 270. Anything Yark puts into this pot, he'd be lighting on fire. And he does get the fold, so Austin drags a good pot. Again, another bomb pot scoop. Unbelievable. 5 of 6 bomb pots have been scooped. This never happens. So 3 players when the dust settles. We'll see the flop, a couple of Jack X's. But it's going to be an ace, 10, deuce board, 2 spades. Austin with the flush draw. RM with a pair of 10s. And Joe got game with some catching up to do. Does end up hitting a jack, so he's got a jack to go along with the flush draw. He'll bet at it here. And RM going to get sticky with this 10 as we go to the river. He's looking for a king, but will not hit it. So Austin's going to win this pot too. Does go check, check. There you go. Austin just dragging small pot after small pot. That's the way to do it. Take a look at our player VPIPs. Austin right now at 49%. He's our highest VPIP at the table. Meanwhile, our lowest VPIP, that's Shahid in the 8th seat. Been a bit since we've seen him involved in a pot, but how about Austin? He and RC both with 49%. And looky here now, ace queen suited for P. Chris with 8s, Austin with 10-9. Joe got game, ace jack. He's going to stick around. And here comes RM too, so 4 players. We'll see the flop, $100 in the middle. And open-ended is Austin. Top pair for P, second pair for Joe got game. And Austin's going to bet at it. 65 to go. He's heads up to the river. Deuce of spades not going to help his case. We'll see if P can put him on that draw successfully now. Austin with 4 outs. He's drawing to a king or an 8. And will fold to the big bet from P.
Is that bad, huh? Easy game, man. Yeah. Has the same hand. I told
And take a look at the raise first in statistics. Again, these are generally lower, and for good reason. Again, you're not going to be raising every hand you play, unless maybe you're the cat man. But we take a look here. 18% is the RFI for P. That's the highest. Austin the lowest at 1%. He has been kind of a sneaky adversary this evening, but has done so successfully. Queens in the pocket of Andy. From under the gun, he's going to bump this up. He's going to make it 15 to go. Joe got game. Suited Gapper, 10-8 of clubs. RM and P want to stick around. Austin with King 10. So away we go. 4 ways to the flop. And it's an ace-king board. That's exactly what you want to see with pocket queens. Said nobody ever. So King 10 for Austin, queens for Andy, and now the Jack is going to introduce himself. Andy's got the Queen of Hearts. And Austin's going to continue to fire at it. And Andy getting a little stubborn, but did pick up the flush draw. He's drawing to 8 outs. And here comes a raise from Andy on the turn. Beautiful timing. Yeah, that's a tough spot for anybody, and Austin's going to make the fold. But wow, what a play it was from Andy. Making plays and taking names, the man in seat 7. RC now. A nice little holding there. Ace 10. Yarek with the King 10 this time. He's going to bump things up. But RM with a suited ace to go to war with. He's going to 3-bet it. He's going to make it 55 to go. Chris will make the call with his suited connector, and Yarek is going nowhere, so 3 players will go to the flop. And King 10 ends up flopping a monster. However, the diamond draw for Chris, very, very present danger. And Chris is going to bet at it. He's going to go 120. You know, Yarek's not going anywhere with top pair. And Yarek will make the call. So heads up we go. Chris drawing to 10 outs. And that's one of them. He hits the 6 of hearts and straightens out. Yarek is drawing completely dead. And Chris moves all in. Nightmare for Yarek. But does make the fold. Wow, what a fold it is. Take a look at the player stacks and earnings right now. P up 1,100. Meanwhile, Shahid down 1,100. He's the one that has the prestigious honor of throwing the party this evening. Meanwhile, Andy, Austin, and Chris all in the plus category when it comes to earnings on the evening. And that ought to wake up Shaheen, a premium ace-queen offsuit. Excellent fold indeed, Robert. Excellent fold indeed. But being sneaky here with the pocket tens is P, going against two ace highs. And ace 8 does connect with the board. And that's Austin with a suited ace 8. He's got backdoor spades. And goes check round to the 4. Shaheen going to check his option again. P not going to let the tens go unheard from this time. He's going to bet them. 30 to go. Austin will stick around with his pair of eights with second pair. Off to the river. And does hit another 8 on that river. How about the luck of Austin tonight? We'll see what kind of sizing P goes with here. He's going in for about 50. Here's a raise, snap raise from Austin. 175. And good fold from P. He does find the laydown, but Austin, good river, takes it down big. So the dealer button and the reverse button have met, and you know what that means. It's time for some pot limit Omaha. So we take a look here. It always fascinates me just to see how equal the equity is pre-flop in pot limit Omaha. You can see everybody hanging around the 20% margin, except for a few standouts, such as RC, who are drawing at a mere 5% to kick things off. And it also baffles me just how quickly everybody goes from almost equal equity to two people having all the equity and everybody else just coming up bananas. So you take a look here. Equity has shifted. A king 8-7 board, and now the 5 means that a 6-9 is going to be the nuts. No possible flush on this board, but a 6-9 is the nut straight right now. 4-6 would also be a very viable straight. You can see 4-6 in the hand of RC. And Austin going to make the call with a pair of kings. Again, he's already drawing dead to this point. And when all the dust settles, 4 players will see the river. It's a jack. So this board is on lock for RC. The second nut straight. He'll take it down just by betting at that river. Yeah, it looks like we've got another dealer change on the horizon. Big thank you to Miss Helen for stepping in, and now we will say good night and welcome Joseph into the box. And Joseph will take us through the conclusion of our show this evening. The moment Car Thief's been waiting for all night.
It's a lot. It's another dimension.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta, keep up
Call
with
everything
everything.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bink! Nicely done, Car Thief.
But I loved him, and it was
Can check back in here with the Austin Fan Club. Accountability Angel says they are happy. So we will have ourselves another double board bomb pot. This will be our final bomb pot of the evening. We still got some more show for you. Don't go anywhere just yet. This will just be the final bomb pot. Yeah, a couple boards out. Queen, Deuce, 9 on the top. King, Queen, Queen on the bottom board. Oh, wow. Some high power boards to say the least.
sorry? They had to put the cards in by hand on the computer, so I was trying to get organized. Check around for yes, check that out.
Absolutely disgusting as the third queen will hit the bottom board. Any pocket pair now has a boat on that bottom board. And the only pocket pair, actually there's two of them, there's sevens and trays. P is going to take down that bottom board. Actually, hold the phone here. Sevens in the hand of RM2. Oh my goodness. Two pair for Andy. Jackson 9s on the top board. Looks like that is the leader on that top board for now. So we will go to the rivers. Four of spades, 10 of diamonds. So RM is going to take the bottom board. Meanwhile, it is going to be Andy taking the top board. And now Yarrick gonna bet at it. He's gonna chase the sevens away. Yarrick's gonna scoop this bomb pot. Oh my goodness. Does have a set of fives on the top. I missed that. Are we actually going to see 6 out of 7 bomb pot scoops? We are. Oh my goodness. What a night. What a night it has been for bomb pots. Austin here with pocket eights. And pocket eights for Austin. He's going to 3-bet it, make it 35 to go. Chris will tag along. So too will Joe Got Game. So when the dust settles here, 3 players are going to see this flop. Ace Trey, eights, and King Jack. And the flop comes Queen, Queen 5, 2 diamonds. Joe Got Game with the flush draw. Austin out ahead right now. 4. And drawing very thin is Chris. And here comes Austin. Austin makes the call. And going up against the nut flush draw, here we go to the river. He does hit it. So the nut flush on the river for Joe Got Game. Austin does have a blocker to the flush, unfortunately, so he may end up finding a way to make this call. See, the right sizing here is probably going to be somewhere around maybe $215. But no, he is going big with it. He's going to go over. He's going to overbet the pot. Oh, such a gross river. And does make an awesome fold. Nicely done. Didn't win the pot, but didn't lose any more than you had to. And sometimes the best you can hope for in a big hand is to minimize loss, and Austin did so just there. It's funny you bring that up, Carthieve. I was actually talking about the Cuyahoga River earlier today, and I was talking about it because we were talking about opening day in the Cleveland Guardians. Boy, I'm still getting used to that. It's been 3 seasons now, and I'm still getting used to the Cleveland Guardians. But their opening day, of course, brought up, of course, the Major League movie. For any fans of that in the chat, let me know. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. That's very true, Carthieve. That's where Smoke on the Water comes from, if I'm not mistaken. And some classic rock and roll for you as we're going to go 6 ways to this flop. The Texas heads up. And ace 9-4, 2 players with ace high. 1 player, that's P, ends up flopping 2 pair with it.
Can't read my mind.
Charlie Sheen indeed, Mark Woods. Charlie Sheen indeed. So both the ace X holdings still hanging through here. Does have outs. That's not one of them.
No, Missouri, like D1, like great school. Yeah. Great golfer.
I was recently told that I needed glasses myself. I had the same reaction that Charlie Sheen had in the movie. And $75 the bet from PRM with just ace high. And here, all right, since we're bringing it up, Car Thief, Bob Euchre was actually the reason I wanted to go into sports radio. I idolized that guy growing up. When I was 10 years old, first time I watched that movie, I looked at my dad and said, that's what I want to be when I grow up.
During the rodeo, I met like 2 or 3 guys that were like cowboys. And I was like,
Really?
Seth Curry was there?
Steph Curry's brother.
Seth.
Seth? Yeah.
Seth. Yeah, he's fucking also a really good.
Was the longtime radio voice of the Milwaukee Brewers as well. He was a catcher in the major leagues for a while, too. If you get a chance, you should watch the movies, Accountability Angel. I think you'd really enjoy them. They are laugh out loud funny.
He also plays for the Warriors. Yes. I think so.
Yarrick again, the Mighty Ducks. This time going to check his option. And does not hit a set with him this time, unfortunately, but does pick up the wheel draw, as well as backdoor hearts. 2 players with greater hearts, however. But 2 pair for Austin as he outflops everybody. He's going to bet at it, too.
He's a great shooter. Maybe the Wizards? Is that what he's doing?
He was with Philly, and then he was with Dallas. I just don't know the order of things.
For those new to poker lingo, when I say the Mighty Ducks, I, of course, am talking about the pocket 2s, deuces. It's a slang term for them. We call them the Ducks. So I'm in no way going against the Stars, Car Thief, I promise you. Actually looking forward to getting out to a few games for the Stars in the coming season. And now Andy waking up with the Cowboys. Pocket Kings, RC with suited connectors, 10-9. Minnesota North Stars, there's a blast from the past. Wow. The first person in ages I've heard refer to the Minnesota North Stars. Now, Joe got game, actually 3-betting with 6-4 offsuit. Good night. Now, Andy with Kings, the question is, do you repop him here or just flat? I appreciate it, Accountability Angel. Thank you very much. But RC ends up flopping top pair. Andy with the over pair to the board. And Joe got game, a lot of nothing.
2 bets, 150.
And Rob hitting me with the WPT ads. Good night. This has been a fun chat to interact with tonight. And here comes Andy. It looks like he's just going to flat with the kings again. This is what it looked like there. And yes, indeed. And so to the turn we go. There's the ace. That is the last card that Andy wanted to see. That is a terrible turn card for him. Let's go check over to Joe Got Game. This is the perfect opportunity for him to steal this pot, but it's got to be a big bet size. I'm talking maybe $650, $700. It is a big bet, but not nearly as high as I think it needs to be. It's going to be 400 to go. But it will get through. How about that? And he'll show the bluff to salt the wound.
Felt like something like that.
RC this time, another suited connector, 7-6 of clubs. Joe Got Game right behind him, Queen Jack. And Joe Got Game making his second appearance on the stream. Had him a couple weeks ago. But before we get into that story, look at this. P wakes up with the Kings this time. But it was A-Town Original in the chat who had told us that this kid is a crusher. And he's certainly proving that, not only in his first stream, but his return stream as well. To the flop we go, and it's a great flop for King. 6 deuce deuce as RC connects with the top pair. He's gonna bet 60, but RC coming in with the raise, making it 150. P's gonna make the call. And leaps and bounds ahead of RC to the turn, and oh no! 6 is full of deuces. RC gonna bet it again. Absolutely sickening. Bet's gonna be 300. Again, in P's mind, he's got to be thinking maybe he's betting ace high. I mean, what is he going to be raising me with on the flop, if not maybe a 6? And he does make the laydown. Oh my goodness. I don't know how he makes that laydown, but wow. What a laydown it is. My goodness.
Nice bluff down there. Nice bluff.
Wow, wow, wow. I'm at a loss for words. That is a masterful fold. And what, 3 hands in a row? Why not? Why not? RC has got kings this time. But P with ace queen, he's gonna 4-bet this, make it 200 to go. Yeah, that's really gonna chase everybody but RC away. And an RC at this point, do you just flat or do you jam? I mean, still, they're playing deep stack, so he's not going to be jamming here pre-flop. You can definitely see a 5-bet, maybe along the lines of $700, maybe $600. Yeah, I was handed some unfortunate news. This is going to be the final streamed hand of our show this evening. And boy, is it turning out to be a good one as the 5-bet comes in 375. So off we go to the flop. RC and P going to war here. Ace, queen against kings. And it's a 10-high board. 2 diamonds. Each player with a diamond blocker. Check RC, and now we'll see if P elects to fire at it. And P will bet it. 350 is the bet. And you know what's coming now from RC. With 957 behind, it's all going in. There it is, all in he goes. Another big fold spot for P. An appreciated accountability angel. Make sure you tune in next week. Austin's got an invite back whenever he wants it. It's been a lot of fun to watch. And there is the laydown. Kings are good. So it's been a lot of fun hanging out with everybody this evening. And I'm looking forward to doing it again next week. Big thank you to all of our players. Thank you, of course, to David Lagan, our executive producer. Big man Alan Lee, of course, the illustrious dealing staff here at TCH Houston. From all of us here at TCH Live, I am Wes Tucker, and we'll see you